Here I am. Hello, y'all. It is Friday, and that means it's time for viewer levels. Mario Maker 2 viewer levels, the normal stream we do here on Fridays. Every Friday. Yes, that's right. It's another Friday. Hey, did y'all know it's Friday? It's been a week. It's been a long week. Happy Friday indeed. Of course, 2 days ago, overnight, the Switch 2 came out, so this is on the Nintendo Switch 2. That is like the big news of right now. There's some other stuff going on, like, generally in my life, for the last couple weeks, for the last couple days, for 2 days specifically. There's kind of a lot to discuss, as there often is. But the important thing is, this is viewer levels, and I'm gonna play them. Hello, Propple P? Yep, I'm sorry, my eyes are gonna be, some names are gonna take me a second to read. Pikmin, Propple Pikmin. That was because the Pikmin spilled onto another line, so it looked weird. It's sometimes hard to parse that even when my eyes are at 100%. Which, sad to say, they're not today. Couple cards before we get started. First off, yes, this is Mario Maker 2. It is on Switch 2. That is correct. This is Mario Maker 2, but on Switch 2, and my understanding is it's pretty much the same. Well, that is true, and it's not true, because there are, like, just performance bonuses that come up from being on Switch 2. For example, 06I during the stream on Wednesday night, the midnight stream, he tried some lag levels and found that they don't work anymore. Lag levels are broken, and so far as they actually work now, and the game does not lag, which is fun. There's also better load times, like in general across the board. When you play Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. You know how when you played Ultimate, colors, like tints, wouldn't load until like seconds, minutes after you get into that screen? Yeah, they load instantly now, which is what they should have done in the first place, but the Switch was the Switch, man. So, yeah, it's a new console. For the purposes of Mario Maker, it doesn't make much difference. Yes, I bet, I bet eventually we'll see, I bet one day we will see, a Mario Maker 2 update that, like, takes this to the Switch 2 and adds, like, mouse controls and stuff like that, but for now, I'm happy just with what we got, which is, a bit. Later tonight, I will spin a wheel for next Tuesday. That's right. The Tuesday streams have the gimmick where I spin a wheel to decide what game it is, and the next wheel spin will be tonight. This is after somewhat of a hiatus, as I had a birthday, got LASIK, recovered from LASIK, switched to. So, we haven't done a random rare replay in a couple weeks, but it is time to start that back up, and the wheel spin tonight will determine whether it's Conker's Bad Fur Day, Conker Live and Reloaded, Donkey Kong Country, Game Boy Color version, or a mystery game which will be revealed if that gets landed on. Kind of curious if it's going to be one of the Conkers. Odds are 50-50 one of the Conkers will come up. We'll see. That'll be later tonight, specifically when the lightning round begins, so we'll see that later. Finally, I will say I did have some eye issues today. Had to go to the doctor. It was really bad. I'm feeling okay now, though not great yet. So basically, this morning I woke up with my eye just like in immense pain, and I looked in the mirror and I saw it was like just like pink eye red. I just got LASIK like 2 weeks ago, so that's not good. I'm on a regimen of drops to keep it moist, and apparently what happened is it got too dry overnight and tore off some of the surface, like my eyelids did, and that's really sucked. I had to grab an Uber out to the doctor, and you know, like within seconds of him going like, okay, let me get some drops in there, it was like, oh god, that's better. And then he put a contact lens over it, which is just a constant irritation, but one that we can manage with. You've been here 15 minutes, Snowflake? Hell yeah, thank you for being. Thank you all for coming by and hanging out and all that. Yeah, you're right. It is terrifying. It was a hell of a thing. Went home after that and just sort of relaxed. I said to my, I took a sick day, obviously, and I thought like, should I cancel the stream? Should I cancel the stream? And I ultimately decided like, no, I'm gonna do this. I want to do this. This will be fun. I've had a fucking week. There's been so much. Mostly good stuff like the Switch 2 and playing the Switch 2 and getting the Switch 2. But, and don't forget the Retroid Pocket Flip 2, which is not nearby. Oh, let me go grab it. Retroid Pocket Flip 2, I also got that this week. It's been a long week. I'm ready for just a plain and simple viewer level stream where I take levels from y'all and you give me levels, and then you know, and then I play them and talk about shit. You know, hey, Mario Maker 12, is that your name? Mario Maker I2 maybe? You have to put a code in. But yes, you can add a level if you like. Okay, that all set up front. Let's get into things. Let's start the viewer levels. Here we go. Oh my god! This keyboard is different. They have a new keyboard on the Switch too! I've entered in a million level codes over the last year or 2 or 3 or 10. You know, I guess 6 since Mario Maker 2 came out. I was not prepared to see a new keyboard when I hit that button. Wow. I think it's nicer. Yeah, the grayed out buttons are more prominent. Wow, huh? Ooh. This is viewer levels. How long is the contact? Oh, the contact's gonna be in until Tuesday. This is viewer levels, folks. I just realized I didn't get Warp World up on my phone. 1 second. I have to log into Twitch. Let me explain how this works for the folks at home. Let me explain. I'll say, basically, this is viewer levels. You submit your level, and then when it comes up, I play it. If you're here when your code comes out, it's not that different. Looks different to me. Looks darker. I don't know. Maybe my eyes don't work. Compare before after someone. I'm sure it looks way different. Like color-wise mostly. And also it's got the rainbow selector. Rainbow selector is pretty different. Let me explain how this works for those who are new, those who need a what the fuck? Oh, maybe I clicked the wrong one by accident. It was like it wasn't having some issue verifying. I like the Switch 2 so far. It's so far I'm really happy with it. Let me say. I'm pleased as punch. 1 second. Okay. Oh, camera came back to me. I like how it separates the letters. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, let's get this first code in there, and yeah, let's go. So this is your levels. The way that it works is that when your level comes up, oh yeah, these letters are definitely farther apart. When your level comes up, I will give it, if you are here, when your level comes up, if you are here, I will give it the full time of day, which means outside of the lightning round, 12 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I will only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is just my compromise between playing more levels and prioritizing the people who are present, which... Wait, that's my compromise between prioritizing the people who are present and playing more levels, which I think is fun. That's the order in which I say that. Maybe a little out of it today with the whole situation this morning. I'm really enjoying the Switch 2. We'll talk about it. There is also the Express Pass for Twitch subs, where they can skip the line, but they only get 3 lives. And there is also the instant refresh, which anytime there are lives, a subscriber can refresh them up to 7. This is mostly relevant during the lightning round, but maybe during sudden death or one of the other states as well. They can do it during other people's levels, and they can only do one of those 2 things: Express Pass or instant refresh. That's the deal. That's how it works. Oh, big long spiel, huh? Let's go. Let's do it. Glad you think it seems fair. I think it seems fair as well. Let's go. This is the first level. I'm playing on the Switch 2. As far as Mario Maker goes, this is the first 2D platformer playing on the Switch 2. Most of the time I've played the Switch 2 so far, I'll say, has been on stream. I did a stream yesterday and the day before, you know, the night before, just sort of playing everything I could think of. I'll be honest, like, by the time of the second stream, yesterday's stream, mostly we were just down to updates and retro consoles, and a few, like, just, you know, Hitman, for instance, the port of Hitman, some stuff like that. Like, other than Fast Fusion, there wasn't a new game that I had left to play, but, you know, Hitman's fun, and, like, I will say, you know, like, yeah, no, checking in on Odyssey and seeing that, look, oh yeah, it looks better. That's fine. Odyssey is one of my favorite games of all time. Why wouldn't I want to stop in and just check? It does look really sharp and you know, the frame rate's great. Sure, it was already pretty good. You know, it is one of the best games of all time, but, you know, still. We'll talk about all this, like, as we go. Meanwhile, kind of a lot going on. It's been a busy goddamn week, and I'm so glad. Fuck, this is not the place to be. Up is right. I'm glad it's over. Honestly, I'm ready for a nice weekend, and I forgot to set the timer. It doesn't. This level will be able to do within the timer either way. Anyway, how y'all doing? Let me know who has a Switch 2 so far. I know 06i does. We have still not tested the game chat feature. I don't know, like, for what purpose anyone could call in during Mario Maker, but I don't know. I should try that at some point. Maybe that's a off-stream sort of thing. You know, maybe we should, like, hang out. Maybe we should hang out. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Like a Discord hangout, but on Switch, like off-stream. I say that. I have so much things in my life, so I don't know if I can, you know. Honestly, if I were to attend a hangout on a Discord, I would love to attend one that is already, like, organized, you know? Like, on another Discord. I don't feel like I have time to be a community manager. Though, I guess I am a community manager of my community. You know what I mean. I don't... We're just... Fuck. instant that death screen was. Was the death screen more instant than it usually is? I wonder if the pipes are faster as well. To me, it feels like it's... You know, I always assume that that sort of thing is like just down to, oh, we want to make it feel like Mario, so we put in that sort of latency. Yeah, I know, right? We're just eating shit constantly here. I'll say I can see well enough to see the game, the chat. I'm managing to read it. I'll also say I did put my laptop, like, right next to me. In case I have trouble reading something off the chat, I can look over and see what it is on the laptop, ideally. We'll see if that works out. It is more than I like to turn my head. That's, like, the only concern, and that's not a very bad concern now, is it? Just like, oh, it's weird if I look this far to the left. That's fine. I would save so much time on like endless and stuff. Yeah, sure. Like really hard levels, speedrun levels are all gonna benefit from like faster deaths. I always thought that was like a aesthetic choice, you know. I always figured that like, oh, if they wanted to do like Super Meat Boy style, if they wanted us to be Super Meat Boy style, really instant, I always assumed that they could have done, but maybe they couldn't have done. Maybe that is a technical limitation. Was a technical limitation. God damn. That was a cool Wiggler platform, I gotta say. But, you know, doesn't do the heart much good to fail repeatedly. Guess this is what it feels like to play a dark level and eat shit on it multiple times. It's challenging. I need to be paying more attention, I guess is the... I guess that's the lesson. Died by Big Worm, died by Pit. Yeah, I keep dying in different ways. This is true. Say what you see. Again, Worm and Pit that time. Worm and Pit. I was about to say, are Wigglers worms? Of course, they're caterpillars. Is a caterpillar a worm? Or worm adjacent? I could see. I think worms is maybe an ambiguous category because there's not just like one lineage of worms. There's actually a bunch of creatures who are, you know, just little tubes that wiggle around. And, you know, they're like from various different branches of the, evolution tree. What the fuck is that called? Anyway, I'll allow you to call them worms. I'll allow it. Died by Endless Void. Yeah, I'm dying a lot. There we go. Okay. I have cards, and we will start to do them soon-ish. Fuck. Let's do the first one and start talking about, you know, a thing. And the first topic actually isn't Switch 2 related. It's relating to something else. Pipistrella and the Cursed Yo-Yo. It is a Nintendo Switch game that came out right before last week, and I've been having a good time with it, folks. Got it a week ago, right after the Friday stream last week, after seeing Dan Reichert playing it on Friday, and I decided that I wanted to get it and played it as well. Died by Spike in the dark while climbing. Yes, that is what happened. There's the fire flower right there! I left the fire flower behind. Yeah, Pipistrello's really good. It's like a Zelda, kinda. Kinda has like the vibes of a Zelda. You have a yo-yo and you can sort of like, you know, use it to attack a limited distance in front of you. If you attack into like into a banked surface, it sort of like bounces off that surface and goes like a longer distance. So you can sort of like attack enemies that are farther away and do puzzle solving if you see corners, which is pretty neat. You also get a bunch of mobility stuff using the yo-yo, as well as like moves that are more for like combat that also are pretty cool. I think Pipistrello is a fantastic game so far. Like, you know, one of the better indie versions of, you know, the genre, I guess. I'm really quite fond and would heavily recommend y'all check out Pipistrello. Go watch, go watch a trailer or something and let me say, like, it is as good as it looks. Hey, Shannon Bone. Thank you for, saying hello. Thank you for the level. My eyes aren't in the best shape. Excuse me if a unfamiliar name is hard to parse. Hopefully I will not have to say that soon. Maybe I could say that just forever, in case ever I just get a name wrong. I can just say, oh, it's the eyes. Oh, the old eyes are acting up on me again. Oh, you know, the eyes did it. That was my eyes that did that. Pipistrello, shout out to Pipistrello. That's, GG indeed. Good solid level there. Ooh, let me hit complete and pull up the next. Rock Party is up next. Go ahead and confirm, Rock. Meanwhile, let's pull up another card. Any of y'all do a midnight release? I know 06I did. Did anyone else go and do a midnight release? 06I, I don't know if you mentioned, where did you go for yours? Here in the States, the two options were Best Buy and GameStop. I managed to get a GameStop pre-order by like waiting in a line like months and months ago, which was pretty fun actually. Spending all night that day, all morning doing the thing. Yes, I see. Emotes, Snowflake. You went to midnight release for Art Legends Arceus. You did Best Buy. How was Best Buy? It seemed like they had a lot of extra units, you know, lots of, like, for non-pre-orders, like, probably, like, as many as they had for pre-orders. They had, like, 60 for pre-orders, and I think they had another 60 for, the rest, which was, cool. Really, really cool. Hundreds of people at yours? Damn! There were maybe, like, 120, at ours, I guess, just based on that math. Maybe a little more because some families were there. Including the guy who had, like, who was getting 4 Switch dues for him and his 3, kids. Well, his wife and, his son were there as well. And, they were ahead of me in line for the final thing. I did the thing where, you know, I showed up at 3 p.m. to, like, check in. And the check-in process, GameStop did a check-in thing where they had us all pay before midnight, before 11 p.m., and because they were, you know, going person by person doing thing, it was a long line. It took me 3 hours to get out of there. And, I was not expecting that. I just told my boss, like, I'm stepping out for a minute. And then I had to tell him, like, I'm in a line and it's not moving. So, sorry, jeez. It was cool, though. He was okay, you know. It was, what are you gonna do, right? Anyway, it was fun, though, talking to the people in line, both the first time and the second time. And, you know, sitting out front the second time, standing, like, in the line the first time. I liked, the second time, I got there as early as possible, you know. They said, like, okay, line up at, like, Rock Party, by the way, you there? A lot of demand for Switch 2s, yeah. Game stays so smooth, that's right. You heard a rumor that PlayStation could be lowering their prices? That's what they said. But they had their direct thing and their press conference, and it did come up, did it? So, who knows? Question mark. It would be smart to, I guess. Rock Party, if you could, please confirm. Anyway, I had a great time. I was, because I showed up so soon, I was like the third person there to get one, which, even though the second line seemed to be moving faster than the first line because they didn't have to, like, do any payment stuff, they could just be like, what's your number? Okay, here's your Switch 2. You know, though they had to, like, go in the back and go, like, okay, let me go get yours, get your accessories, get your bullshit. I went with the camera just because I was like, okay, you know what? I want to see game chat at some point. Hello, Snowflake. Pipers indeed. Okay, very good. I want to see the game chat. I wanna try that out at some point. I'll tell you the story I told, like, on the first stream, and in fact, it's a YouTube short that's done quite well, before we start this level. Okay. So, I'm like the third person to come out of that GameStop with a Switch 2. I pull it out of the bag, and I hold it up into the air, and, like, show the crowd. You know, there's, like, 100 people there, probably, outside. And I, like, show it to everyone, and they're like, yeah! Ah! You know, they shout, they scream, they clap. They're excited, and I say, okay, I put it back into the bag. How about the camera? And I hold the camera out up above my head, and the people laugh. You know, it's not quite as exciting. I put that back in the bag and say, okay, but what about the Pro Controller? And then there's a pop for the Pro Controller. People are way into the Pro Controller as well. I bet people like Pro Controllers, and I do as well. Hey, Robbie. Let's do this. Let's do this level. Start the timer. That was very fun. Hello, Robbie Angel. I want a special edition controller. Yeah, I've always had the regular one. I don't never... Well, I guess, the thing is, once I get a Pro Controller, I'm happy with it, Like, I only need the one per generation. Other than the classics. The classic controllers are a different thing. And by the way, yes, I do have the GameCube controller right here. I could play with it. I also have the Joy-Cons in the Joy-Con grip. Also an option. I turn them on when I grab them. That's, fine. Now they're on my seat cushion with me. Don't worry about it. Put them onto the island. Is it called what's it called on the love seat? The median or something? The middle part where there's the flippy flappy thing, the storage space. I put it on that. Anyway, I'll say waiting at GameStop was a lot of fun. It did take like 6 hours of my life, but like those were a good 6 hours. It was fun chatting with people, as we were waiting in line like the first time. I was just talking to the people, some of them knew, some of them were like, yeah, I was here last time. I saw you last time. Hey, how you doing? Oh, I remember you. That sort of malarkey, that sort of social business. Sometimes just like looking at the stuff in the store and going like, let's talk about, look at this wall of games. How many of these games do you not recognize? And just pointing at games and being like, Coco Melon game. What is that? Who plays that? Does the parents play that and the kids watch? What's the benefit of that over just like a VHS? I think if your kid is old enough to play a video game, they're too old for Coco Melon. I don't know. That's the kind of discussion that took the time at the old GameStop. When we got to the pop things. Yeah, they do rap the Joy-Cons. Yeah, it's cool. It's good. So they work good as a mouse as well. Check out Welcome Tour, everyone. There's very interesting information in that. Helps you appreciate all the things that are different. When we got to, like, the Funko Pops, we were like, oh, look at that crap. That's garbage. And I started pulling up, like, images from Japan with, like, comparable prices on it, you know, like, this fucking... The guy from My Hero Academia with the ability to copy someone's quirk temporarily, what's that guy called? The guy, no one likes him, is the gimmick. He's kind of a dick. He's kind of like a McNulty type. Mauma? That dude. You could get that dude for $10, a pretty accurate looking that dude, or you could get like a PopCap monstrosity, if it's on sale. Of course, you'd have to be in another country all halfway across the world, but, you know, that's a small problem. I don't know. I wish that, they should sell what they sell there for similar prices. I don't know. Rather than this Funko Pop shit. Does anyone like Funko Pops? Tell me if you like Funko Pops. I think they're just like shitty bobbleheads. Bobbleheads, but like less charming, and they don't even bobble? What the fuck is that? I don't know. Remember the old EC ratings? Early childhood? Yeah, like, I think a 3-year-old is too old for Cocomelon. No, is anyone nostalgic for Cocomelon? Like, how long has Cocomelon been around? Has it been long enough for people to be nostalgic? I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm a little bit nostalgic for, like... I think Blue's Clues was good. I don't know that I'd, like, play a Blue's Clues video game. I mean, I'll say, like, probably Cocomelon nostalgia isn't driving the numbers there. Maybe it will one day. Jeez, that'll be... Random topics keep on reminding me of my own mortality and my own aging process. You know. Anyway, it's fun to be in a line, talk to people about stuff, go back and forth, try to be entertaining. It's kind of not so dissimilar from just being a streamer, honestly. But, I hope y'all enjoyed your midnight launches if you did to one. And, you know, I hope next time there is midnight launches, someone's taking pre-orders, like, in person, and it's not just down to, like, random chance. I mean, for people with the Best Buy, were you going for, like, just shot in the dark, or did you have a pre-order from Best Buy? Because I tried to get a Best Buy pre-order, but I couldn't, so, you know, I'm like shrugging my hands here. I would have done Best Buy if I could have done, but I'm happy I did the GameStop because it was fun. Also, I got like they did some dumbass trivia that was mostly like, you know, fucking softballs, like, who is the princess that Mario has to save? And it's just, what the fuck? Anyone can answer that. Like, it was laughable, just like, okay, well, I'm not gonna answer because I don't want, like, a little Donkey Kong patch. But I did end up getting one Donkey Kong patch. There were more non-pre-order people. So, I guess, you know, hard to say with that, right? Like, oh, you know, if I had known that I could have, like, chanced it with Best Buy, maybe I would have done Best Buy. I mean, I'll say, like, if you showed up at 3 p.m., you could get a Switch 2, you know, at GameStop as well. Like, that was actually pretty damn easy for people without pre-orders. So long as they could waste their whole Wednesday. I know, that's a limitation of the thing. So at the midnight one, it was actual midnight, correct? It wasn't like a come early to like buy it and then pick it up at midnight, like with GameStop. I'll say I thought their thing worked pretty well to like speed up the midnight part, but you know, also I guess I waited twice as long than I would have done if they had just been like, okay, 9 p.m., come along, come around, and then do the thing. You've been around for that much time? Dang. Well, the stream's been going around 30 minutes now? The second level? Yeah, it's nearly 7. Time flies sometimes. How the hell do we spend, you know... Sometimes I wonder how long we spend, like, how it's possible to spend that long and be 2 levels in. But, you know, go figure. Sometimes I talk about stuff. Sometimes takes a bit to enter a code, do a technical thing. Breathe in, breathe out. Were you a non-pre-order person, 06i, or did you manage to get one? Walmart did arrive, by the way, if you're wondering. Follow up on the Walmart one. It did arrive. I am going to ship it this weekend to the person what is going to take it from me. I'm, you know, we've already negotiated, like, the various things, you know what I mean? The details of the stuff. I have the address, and I will let them know how much it ran me to get it to them, and to get it, you know, all told. And I will get that money back, you know, from that. You understand. A lot of people out there that didn't get one, and do actually want one. And for those people, hey, there's options. Switch 2 General card. So yeah, got a Switch 2. This is the Switch 2. We've been kind of talking about it for an hour now, card. But yeah, it's pretty nice. I'll say I did stream my first 2 days with the console, so you can just go watch me playing like most of the time I've spent with it and hear my off-the-cuff thoughts and such. I'll say I think this is a really nice piece of hardware, like externally, just the aesthetics of it, controller, Joy-Cons, all that. I think it is a beautiful device, and it has a nice feel to it. The thing I've said multiple times as far as, like, how it feels is it reminds me of an iPod Nano. Like, I had an iPod Nano in high school, where it was one of those ones where it had the videos on front. You know how the iPods then had, like, a flat face that was a little bit curved, like, gently sloped, and a backside that was a lot more, like, round and full? The profiling on these Joy-Cons is very similar. They're sort of like a U shape, except a little gently sloped, and so. And the material also kind of feels a little bit iPod-y to me, as does this. It's a very nice hand feel. Very nice hand feel. They've made the buttons bigger, which is nice. Triggers also bigger, both on the Joy-Con and the thing. All the external stuff is just really lovely, really good, and you know, I've been going through like the welcome tour, and they do a lot in that to explain like all the engineering of stuff and how it's all built very tough, and you know, that sort of thing. Like, for instance, they explained like, oh, the connectors are sort of like made of 2 parts that are disconnected from each other. 2 parts that are disconnected from each other. We'll stop the timer. I'll do this one last try and then we'll do the 5. They're made of 2 parts that are separated from each other, so if you yank on one... And timer, start the doodads. If you if you run out of tries, if you run out of tries, it's game over. If you pull on the Joy-Cons while they're in there, it's not the connector that's taking the stress. It's some plastic part that's built to sustain that sort of attack, which is cool. And you know, when I saw it in the welcome tour when I was playing it on Wednesday, I said like, huh. Wednesday night, I said, huh. I wonder if that works out. And yesterday, Jerry Riggett put out a video. You know, Jerry Riggett. He's like a Jerry Rig everything. Jerry Rig everything. He is a YouTuber who, like, famously takes a knife to products and, like, just sees how scratch resistant they are by doing, like, a Moore's test on them. You know, or, like, just literally going at them with knives and stuff. And he was just taking his Joy-Cons and just going like, you know, just like, snap. You know, like pulling it so hard they come off the thing. Hello, Snowflake. He was just pulling it so hard they come off the thing, and the connector, unscathed. He was just like yanking it off repeatedly and just, yeah, no damage to the connector, no damage to the connector, no damage to the connector. These things are pretty damn tough. And like, yeah, no, they're isolated from that sort of damage. They pop off before they even touch the connector, basically. Oh, I died like 2 times, didn't I? Sorry. I'm just thinking about this anecdote that happened on the internet that's related to the Switch 2. The Switch 2 distracts. Nintendo did good. Yeah, man. Yeah. Every level is good it might be on one of the shorts Master DS makes. Fuck, that's true. This level's been on there a bunch of times. Thank you. Thank you for the level, Rock Party. Yeah, Nintendo did really good as far as the durability of this thing. And, you know, they're the company that made the Game Boy... Oh, hey, refresh. I was about to say thank you for the level, but here we go. Okay, I should hit that before the stream once, because apparently there's some trouble when it runs the first time. Some sort of like, oh fuck, from the stream deck, because the timing was off the same way last time I tried it. Remind me next Friday at 4 p.m. Instant refresh before the stream starts to make sure it works. Okay. That one doesn't count, by the way. I was talking to my thing. Oh, crap. Oh, fuck. I shouldn't have left the level. I was too fast to leave the level. We won't count that one on account of I was the one that lost progress by just jumping straight to exiting. Let me see if I can regain the checkpoint. I'll say if we get to the checkpoint, it will refresh our heads because we really shouldn't be in this part of the level after getting past. Okay, fuck. It's a vid now? Yeah! Yes, right. Lots of videos. I need every VOD needs a thumbnail, and shorts need my shorts need content levels to be set in if they're Mario Maker. They're not all Mario Maker, and I recommend all of them. They're all good and worth watching. Been some good ones recently from the big stream. Hello, Small Magic. Hello. From those big streams, I fast-tracked a bunch of shorts and a bunch of clips. Whilst not, you know, at like 5 a.m. kinda, or I don't know when I did it, but like I didn't sleep very much, and instead of like taking a nap yesterday, I fast-tracked a bunch of shorts so I could have some shorts about the Nintendo Switch 2 going up like a couple times a day. I don't know. Seems like a good idea. Some of them are doing quite well. Anyway, Switch 2 is fucking great. We talked about the hardware, The hardware is quite nice, and I'm liking it. I'm looking forward to game chat. I want to try game chat. I want to do some game chat calls, and maybe it's just gonna be something we do off stream. You know, me or someone else that I know. But I bet it's gonna be fun. I heard that, I heard some people, like very few people are talking about game chats, but those who are talking about game chats have said it's good. You know, like, Giant Bomb. I'll do the refresh here, you know, because I did, you know, it's on me for wasting the exiting the level, you know. I should wait before quitting in case there's an instant refresh coming. That's a lesson learned. You can always trigger it right. You can always tell me it's gonna come. If, you know, you want me to be prepped for it. Like, that would help. I'll just say, or you can just take me by surprise, either way. Your level is on the, thumbnail. Yeah. Maybe, probably a multiple. Who could say? Software-wise, it seems pretty good so far. The games seem to run all very nice and sharp. It is very cool and good, and I'm having a great time with how good things look, fast things load, 4K. I'll say I don't do HDR because it doesn't play nice with streams or capture cards. Apparently, it is something you could do. You could set up like a tone mapping thing on your computer to like post-process it, a HDR signal into looking like normal. But like, that's a lot of work just to have HDR be normal, and I still have to turn it on and off. Just, you know, with a button on my PC rather than a button on the software, so I don't know. I'll think about that because it seems like more and more things are going HDR. They should probably build it into Twitch and YouTube so that, and capture cards as well. Like, it's kind of silly that, like, the people who, like, talk about these things, you know, new hardware and stuff, they have to be like, okay, well, I have to turn all that crap off so I can, like, show people the game. Like, that is silly. I wonder how Game Chat manages with HDR. Wonder how that does, because surely it's not rendering two versions of the game. If you have HDR and someone doesn't have it, does it, like, make that particular of the HDR? Does that make it their window HDR and the other windows aren't? Or does it just look off? I wonder. Someone else probably has the answer by now, but also all the reporters are at a party in LA, so there's not, there's kind of a paucity of information so far. Other than through Welcome Tour, which is full of interesting, interesting notions. Thank you for the level. Let me go ahead and do this. Snowflake is here. No problem. I don't mind talking about thumbnails, Snowflake. I put a lot of thought and effort into those thumbnails, you know, and I like them to be very good. I'm planning to do a channel, a new channel like trailer soon, and like a whole bunch of thumbnails is just gonna appear in the background, just like scrolling by, as if to say like, look at all these lovely videos you could be watching. And I'm hoping that'll be enticing. You know, it'll be viewer level VODs with funny names and then good thumbnails. It'll be like all the weird streams that I've done, playthrough streams with the best names / thummies. I take pride in my thumbnails. The live ones are always supposed to be like a little bit more impromptu, a little bit more tossed away because they're never seen after the live stream. But you know, whatever. I'll think about it, Snowflake. Let's see what your level is about. Let me get that down. Let me do another card here. Oh crap, hang on. I think I meant to, I just realized I forgot to do a thing. Where are those convo cards? There's one missing basically. I added one last second. And as a result, it didn't refresh because I didn't. That was after I launched OBS. Here we go. Here's what it was supposed to be. Map GL/GR for Mario Maker 2. Yes. So GL and GR are buttons that are specific to each game that you play. And I would like us to think, what would be the best mappings for these buttons for this particular game? The game that I play all the time. What do you think? What say y'all? What? Why? Restart software to assign button? What? Duck? Yeah, I'll say 06i. We think alike. That was what I was thinking as well. I was absolutely thinking duck. I honestly didn't think that would be the first one people would say, but yeah, that was what I was thinking. Map both buttons to crouch. Can't crouch enough. Chard also thinks that. Y for hammer while running? For hammer suits while running? Yeah, I was low-key thinking duck as well. I guess everyone has the same problem, which is that, everyone has the same problem here, which is like, yeah, you know, when a level asks you to, like, duck and, like, hold down duck, it's hard to do other buttons at the same time. So, like, yeah, map that to that, and then suddenly we can, you know, just duck and do left-right with the stick. It's almost like a Z button on a game, on an N64. So yeah, let's go with down on that one. Should we also do it on the other one, or would well, first off, I think it makes more sense on GL. I'm gonna say let's try run. Let's try run on GR and see what we think of it. That's a good idea, 06i. I think that does make sense. The thing about that is that I don't mind holding down the run button. No, I didn't. You're good. You're still good. Propple Pikmin. They're still coming up. I'm just assigning these buttons here. Look at this. I can duck on a button now. Look, no stick. Alright, let's do it. Let's punch in the thing. It's not the right button. Thank you for the notifications. I will play the level. Give me a second to get back in there. I had to restart the game to map the thing. Oh, you should mess with the Joy-Cons so we can hear the new snap sound. I got them right here. Hang on. Yeah, sure, I can do that. Chard wants me to do things that delay Snowflake's level a second. I can do that, sure. Watch this. They don't activate when it's not in handheld mode. They don't activate when it's not in handheld mode, it turns out. You don't get the snap effect. I don't think you did on the original one either. It was only when they were disconnected would it do the snap, that whole doodad. Didn't realize that was the case, but it makes sense. Now the Joy-Cons are over there, so don't ask me to use them or nothing. I considered having a channel point thing to like switch controllers or something, and you could choose between the Joy-Cons and the GameCube, and I could probably throw in SNES or something. I don't know. I don't know if those are charged. But whatever. Let's see how this works. Let's play this Yoshi level. Yoshi is fun. Snowflake would like this to be thumbnail. Let's see what it is. No offense if it's not, you know, I kinda play it by ear. Whatever I think looks best, has, frames the words well, and, you know, other aesthetic qualities, like type of level that hasn't had a thumbnail recently. You know, there's a lot of considerations that go into that sort of shit. You know, as far as like, okay, that's good. That's bad. lot of stuff goes into the thought process. Sometimes simple is best. Sometimes you want to show something that looks a little bit chaotic. You know, just based around whatever. Nice level. Very good. Thank you. Here's what I'm thinking right now. I don't need an extra Y button. I'm gonna assign both of these to down. I'm feeling the both down theory. That just sounds good to me. It also means I don't have to remember like which way is which. They both will work. Oh, I forgot to set the timer. That's fine. Thank you for the level. Yeah, it was nice. The GR replace ZR. Ah, it does have all three shoulders. It's just that the Pro Controller has extra. Has like extra. Let me. See, on the back here, like right here, there's 2 extra shoulder buttons. Xbox Pro controllers have this as well. Basically a utility button that you can map to whatever. You know, it's no longer a shoulder button, it's a... But, you know, it's sort of on the handles, essentially. Oh, I need to hit the button, sorry. I'm on it, I'm on a snowflake. I have to hit complete before you can submit another one. 1 second. I got it. There you go. Chard is up next. Chard says, "Oh, paddles? Yeah, they're like paddles, but they are buttons. They're not like paddles like out from the handle. They are part of the handle, but they are like the panels on the other thing." Just gonna read off my phone for the level codes. That's just what I need to do right now for the time being. LJN QCB HI. Even reading off my phone, I make mistakes. I think that was more of an entry problem, less of a reading problem. I don't know. Let's do it. Let's... Welcome Tour. Let's talk about Welcome Tour. Upside down level. Nice. I don't mind an upside down level. Oh, this is 1 too, but it's the wrong way around. Smart. Clever. Interesting. It's gonna be annoying to get past. We're gonna have to, like, make a... Walk this way. Thank you. I have to make a hole. Yeah, this is a neat idea. I wondered, like, how much bullshit you have to do to get by here. Not that much. Just a little bit during that one part, which is, by the way, the hardest part of the original level, so it kind of makes sense. Welcome Tour. This was sort of one that people were widely down on for obvious reasons. They decided to charge $10 from it when it would look, it really to all the world looks like, thank you for the level, Chard, hell yeah. Welcome Tour looks like it really should be a pack-in, and I think it should be, to be clear, but I also think it is quite charming and quite interesting. It is full of interesting tidbits about the Switch 2, you know, it is full of interesting tidbits about the Switch 2. Propple Pikmin, you are up. And you just said shoulders, so you're good for it. Hell yeah. It is full of interesting stuff about, like, the hardware and the stuff. Like, you see these like, these are the new, grips, right? They're very thin. And you would think, like, oh, that would make them vulnerable to, like, the pressures, but, like, no, in Welcome Tour, they explain, like, you know, we put fiberglass in this shit. It's not gonna bend. We put extra stuff in it. What is the gyrophone useful for? Locating sandwich stops? Yeah, that was a quiz question in that. The quizzes are ridiculous, but occasionally there's like some interesting stuff there, like, oh, that's how that works. I mean, part of me does wonder, like, it never does broach, like, oh, why is it that VRR is only supported in handheld mode and not like TV mode yet. And you know, I did get to the Joy-Con bit, the controller bit. It didn't really mention any like details about durability, changes for the sake of durability, but it did say that it did explain how they worked, and I don't know if it's different from before, so I don't know. And also how, like, oh, the Joy-Cons are wider now and lower, and also they don't actually go to their full range now. They only go part way, and then they're stopped by like a little stopper, you know, a little like soft ring. So it should feel nice. It should feel nicer as a result of the tweaks that you know, they described in detail in the in Welcome Tour, which is really cool. The mini games are a little hit and miss, but some of them are fun and creative and, you know, show off, like, interesting things about the hardware. And are sort of like, you know, best case, goofy-ass WarioWare minigames. Like, oh, use the kickstand to get the Switch to exactly this degrees. You know, 45 degrees. Okay, is that 45 degrees? Let's go. Oh, yeah, we did it! You know, that's a fun use of the hardware. I like the one where it's 1-1, but 1 pixel is 1 pixel. You know, 4K style. There's a lot of good gimmicks that they've baked into that that game, and it is pretty damn long. During the stream, we did like 3 areas, 3.5 maybe, and we did like, that was like 2 hours. I'll say, like, today I did like the rest of them basically, other than the last one. And I do think there are a lot shorter ones after where we left off, you know, like, there's not much to say about the wheel or the camera or the dock, you know. It's around 6 hours long. I'd say that's about right, yeah. I'm on the last part now, the internals, and I'm very curious, like, what exactly they've saved for last inside. I guess talking about the same things that NVIDIA's been talking about, just like, oh, our architecture and our ray tracing thing that we have in there, and the, you know, how that all comes together to create like a reasonably spec'd thing that can punch above its weight, which is interesting to learn about, interesting to hear, you know. If you have questions about the Switch 2, and I've seen like videos from like technical people, teardown people who are just asking questions that are answered in Welcome Tour, and I just gotta say to them, like, you know, I only commented on, like, during the I watched Jerry Rig Everything's video, and he was saying, like, I didn't see anyone talking about this, but the Joy-Cons can go on. Hang on. Let me, hang on 1 second. He was saying that, like, the Joy-Cons, you know, they can go in, like, oh, maybe you can't do it like this, but they can go on wrong ways. They can go on upside down, or the thing kind of blocks it in this case. The sticks kind of get in the way. He was saying, like, no one's saying that these can go upside down or backwards. And I was just looking at that and I'm like, well, it's mentioned in Welcome Tour, actually. It's not recommended. It's not gonna be good for you to put them in upside down. But yeah, they talk about that crap, and it's interesting. New Nintendo Switch 2, hell yeah. Propple Quickman. You know, Snowflake was saying, by the way, like, ooh, you know, make my level the thumbnail, and like, I'll hear out arguments for that. But like, this level has Switch 2 in it. Like, if any level is like the front runner for thumbnail, it has to be the one that like indicates that this is the first Switch 2 stream. You should like put little comments in here that are just like basically right out of you should put like comments out of here that are right out of like I say you should, I don't even know. Let me turn them on. Are there like comments here like from Welcome Tour? You should like literally take comments from Welcome Tour and put them like all around. Like literally word by word, just slap them in there. Look at that, that's a Joy-Con. That guy said Naruto. I think I know that guy. He's a chatter, he's a viewer. Naruto is a show. It doesn't necessarily have to refer to the person that I know. There's like multiple routes here, so I'm wondering like, should we? What's the plan here? You missed it? Oh, should I? If I keep on going, do I see the? So this is the dev route. I'm a little confused here as far as like. Also, I gotta remember to set my timer. Goddammit. Look at that. There's the plus button. There's the plus button. The plus. The central diamond, and below there is the red of the thing. Can you see the 2 better from over here? The 2 is kind of too big to be all on screen, sadly. Oh, what are you gonna do? What's through here? Just a little secret? Ah, it's coins. Gotcha. This could be a thumbnail. I don't know. Does this scream Switch 2 to you? If you saw this, would you clock that it was the Switch 2? Kind of hard to fit it all on screen. I don't know. Maybe there'll be a better candidate later. Maybe I could just do some editing. I could just edit a little bit. I'll say, the thumbnails are not always 100% accurate. Sometimes I finagle it. Not to give the game away, but sometimes I'm just like, yeah, let's just go ahead and move Mario a little bit. I'm gonna move him a little closer to the Hammer Brothers. That just looks better. I'm gonna move him out of the way of the text, where I want the text to go. You know, I'll be like, this element is distracting. I'm gonna get rid of this. Go to direct info and zoom in. Yeah, we could do that. That'd work. And then I could add Mario in post. Build the Nintendo Switch 2. I could do it locally. That's true. I could just block by block build my own version. It's not in the cards for tonight. That's not a plan. Your level. Can you like edit? You can use the edit thing, I guess. I've never used that. I just like. What's the gimmick here? Oh, this is like stomp. There we go. And we can't go through, so we might as well. Yeah. Oh, your level's named well, it's Nintendo Switch 2 named. I don't know its name. Build the Nintendo Switch. Oh, maybe that's what the Japanese is. That's like Su-E Chi. I guess that means create. Yeah, I don't know that much Japanese. I studied it for a while. I remember like some of the main characters, the easier ones, but like that vocabulary is just years back. Called build the. That's not the name I'm seeing in game, but you know, I'll take your word for it. Oh, yours was called that. Oh, I see. Snowflakes. I'm sorry. I'm playing a level called that. I thought yours was Yoshi themed. Maybe we'll see yours later. Yeah, if you're talking another one, that's a possibility. If it's like on topic. Also, by the way, if I'm asking for, hey, check this out. I can do this. I didn't press down there. I just held down the GR. If your level has lag detectors, A, they're broken in Mario Maker 2. There is no more lag in Mario Maker 2. There is no lag in Mario Maker 2. Kind of sounds like a... There is no lag in Mario Maker 2 now. I was about to say, there is no lag in Mario Maker 2. Sounds like there is no Warren Bossing say type thing to say. But like with the Switch 2, they've killed the lag level. So if you have one, I would love to see it just for the joke of it. If you can max it up, it will still lag, but it'll be a lot better. I mean, show me. I would like to see it. I'll say I would like to see it. Was there a checkpoint right before here? I'll put one in the lightning round. Excellent. Anyone who wants to source those, now would be a fantastic time. Find me some good ones to look at. If there's any other things that need testing in Mario Maker 2, now is a great time to do that. Why does nobody read the text? I was talking. Was there text? Well, check this out. This is the first clip I've saved on Nintendo Switch 2. Out 2. It did like Mario Kart noises. How do you get those Mario Kart noises work? I don't see any text. Auto! Oh! Out 2! Out 2! That just makes me think of the in-ride like voice acting on Rip Ride Roller Coaster, or Rip Ride Rockets, where they say what was it? Something something on aisle 2. You know, if you've been on that ride enough times, you might remember that. There's stuff to talk about with Rip Ride Rocket. It's on my mind for reasons. We'll talk about that like way after the Nintendo Switch 2 stuff, to be clear. Thank you for the level. That was great. Hang on, I can zoom in. Yeah, so like if I... Oh, look at that. I could totally like... Look at that. It's a very low resolution version of the thing. That's better, actually. What the hell is... Were there always that many pixels there in the thing? I guess, like, you know, this game, right? It was originally low resolution, so it can really scale well. You know, it could literally be pixel by pixel for the thumbnail, right? Imagine, my God, imagine like on like Mario Maker 3 when they do like 4K, when it's 4K. What if you could literally zoom onto this and see the actual level pixel by pixel? See the whole thing. It's all there. Like, oh my God, that's possible. If you played Welcome Tour, you know they show like 1-1 that way, and you can fit 1-1 on a screen of this sort. That's thank you for let me complete and then get the next one up. Mario Maker I2. Mario Maker I2. Let me hit next for Mario Maker I2. I would highly recommend Welcome Tour. Final thoughts about Welcome Tour. I say it should be free, but I don't mean that to say like, oh, it's really bad that it's not free. I mean to say like, no, everyone should check it out. And if it was free, everyone could check it out. And they'd be getting interesting information that like people should know, delivered to them in a fun way. It's just like a museum. It's just like a really good museum. One of the best museums I've been in. Probably maybe like second only to the actual Nintendo Museum in Kyoto, which was lovely. I haven't been to very many museums. Most of the museums I've been to were in Japan, coincidentally. Is that weird? I bet it's not. Like, when else are you gonna go to a museum when you're visiting a normal city? I mean, somewhere in America? But Japan has some wacky shit. You know, some interesting concepts. I bet there's that there. I bet they have stuff like that everywhere. The video game museum here in like Irving, up in Irving, north of me, is pretty damn good too. That National Video Game Museum in Irving, I went there once. That's probably like in the top 5 for sure. Just because like Wii U, if Wii U had cost $60, I would say like, well, yeah, it should have been free, but I wouldn't say that that would ruin Wii Sports, you know? And, you know, this is good. This is worth $10. Go pick it up and check it out. Or watch a Let's Play. Those are the 2 things you should consider. At least watch it if you're not going to play it. Hey, lol, Yoshi. Been playing Mario Kart World. Oh, lol, Yoshi is confirming. Hell yeah. My brain didn't make that connection. I wasn't realize who I was waiting on. Thank you for confirming. I've been playing Mario Kart World. It's fucking fantastic. I'll say, like, I was a little concerned with how the cups work out. So it seems like the cups work out where you do a full 3 laps of the first one, and then 2 of the 3 laps of the next one is just getting there, and then you do 1 lap on each before going off to the next one, which does mean you see less of the individual tracks, like, after that first one. But I think that is fine, because if you didn't do that, it would be way too long, way too slow. It would slow down the pace way too much. There'd be too much in a cup. And I'm kind of happy with how it is. And I've done 3 cups now, 2 more since the stream ended. And it's pretty good. I'm looking forward to, like, getting, you know, like, all 7 of them done. And, you know, seeing what's next, not to spoil. People are talking about it. It's not a terrible spoiler. They hinted at it. There's another one, you know. There's an 8th. There's an 8th cup. That's an X, not an R. There's an 8th one, and I want to unlock that, let's say, by the time of Sunday's stream. I would like to just get that done. That said, I think my favorite parts are the knockout tours, which I played a couple of those online, and they were so thrilling and fun. It's great tension. It, like, adds a real battle royale element to the Mario Kart, which is just delicious. They could make an actual, like, battle royale, by the way. They could do that with, like, a shrinking circle. They could absolutely do that with this Mario Kart. That might be a good idea for them in the future, DLC-wise, for what it's worth. But this knockout tour does have the vibes of, like, a narrowing, you know, of a battle royale, and I just think that is just lovely, lovely fun. Better than the cup mode. The actual online also just, like, takes you from place to place, sort of like dynamically, just sort of like, okay, you know, you're at this track, and then the next 3 that you can vote on, what the fuck, are the ones that are, right around you. Let me move so I'm not in the same corner as all the, oh crap, this is not the corner to be in during Mario Maker. How about this one? LOL, Yoshi's level is the next level. Woo. LOL. Anyway, it is fantastic. The knockout tour, I think, is phenomenal. It's a phenomenal mode, and especially because you don't stop at any locations. It just keeps on trucking, keeps on moving. It has a really good pace to it, and it's just super fun. I kind of wish that it could do, like, more than just the 8 existing tours. Like, I feel like, you know, you play that mode online long enough, you're gonna get used to the 8, like, particularly made courses. But the online, regular online, literally just has people pick the next path. So it can go, like, you know, 3 ways each time. And if they pick random, it can be anywhere. And that's how you get, like, your 3 laps at a time situation. Like, you don't get that. You don't get that. How about extra? That's fine. Yeah, there we go. You don't get that unless you, You don't get that unless you, You don't get that unless you do random, which is interesting. I was sort of curious how that would all work out. I think it does all work out. I think they did some smart stuff in like, how that should be built. And I'm looking forward to playing a whole lot of online. Probably with both modes, honestly. Knockout Tour and the original Versus. I think that is just good fun. Knockout Tour is more of a commitment, and Versus is more of just a, hey man, I'm dropping in, let's play a race or two. You know, Knockout Tour is just like a knockout drag out, you know, and if you lose, you just want to restart instantly type situation, which is moi so fucking good. Can you escape? Yes, you can. I was wondering if you had to, like, go through that little gap there, but you don't have to. This is new. We haven't seen this before. We survived, but there's nothing. Ah. Very cool. Oh. I didn't know you could balloon through tires. Let's try this again. Whoops. We got the first part down. We got the first down pat. That's good. Mostly down pat. Somewhat pat. A little pat. Pat, pat, pat. I'll also say, the first thing I did was like, just run around the world for a while. And I think that is just delicious. That is just really fun. I really love the free roaming in that game. Just, you know, the challenges are great, right? The challenges are good. But I think just literally being in a car and driving randomly, literally driving aimlessly, is fun in Mario Kart World. You don't have to have a direction in mind. Just like, I'm just gonna drive. I'm just gonna go down the paths that are in front of me and just sort of wander. And it feels good, and you find things occasionally. And that is very satisfying. That is very rewarding. And, you know, I think, like, that is... As thrilling as Knockout Tour and the Versus mode are, and an improvement over Mario Kart 8, which was already fantastic, by the way, worth playing on occasion. Oof, indeed, yeah. I had this down. Let me relax for a second. Get this done. See? Okay, there we go. Now we can just nail it. How the hell do you... Can't, like, push off screen. Can the wind push you through tires? Okay, not sure about that. Not sure about that one. Maybe with the wind you have to, like, blow, puff into that, you know? I don't know. I think the idle wandering is fantastic, and you know, I think the whole thing, the whole package is amazing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing like how they expand it over time. I think if you had to ask me, right? I think that Mario Kart World is easily the best Mario Kart. Easily the one that has the most to it. The most, like, variety. The most, like, things of interest. And it's also worth noting the missions in the mission mode. A lot of them are just races, but a lot of them have, like, weird twists on top of the rings that you're racing through, right? Like, oh, there was one that I did a YouTube short of. There was one where there were a bunch of capsules rolling down a hill, and when you, you know, giant, you know, the capsule in, like, the capsule item in Smash Brothers, giant ones of those. They're from real life, to be clear, the capsules. And they were full of items, like mushrooms and shells and stuff. And when you hit them, they would just, like, drop them all over the course, so you could pick up a star or a mushroom or run into a shell and get hit. And, it was just really fun for 20 seconds. And then, you know, I was delighted. Watch that YouTube short if you want to see what that looks like. But, like, the game is full of that sort of stuff. And, you only spent a little bit with that open world part, and I'm rearing to get back to it. I'll say, by the way, again, I don't know if I said it earlier, but, on this stream, but the plan for Sunday is the Xbox, showcase. I'm gonna watch that Xbox showcase, but I'm also gonna play Mario Kart at the same time. And I'm gonna wander around the world. Yeah, they had mission-based stuff in previous games, but it wasn't, I don't think it was quite as hot as this. This is definitely the best, mission mode in a game that I've seen. It is really something. And it's just being part of the open world, I think is, ideal for the mission mode. I think that's the ideal way for the mission mode to, work. Zor? I'm sorry, my eyes are a little bit, rough night now. If I mispronounce your name, ZGR, I think. ZGR? I went to the eye doctor earlier this morning in horrible, horrible pain, and I'm glad that, like, I recovered well enough to do the stream, I'll say. How you doing? You'll have to watch a mission stream because I have trouble imagining it'll be better than Mario Kart DS missions. You know, I'll say, it's been a while since I played Mario Kart DS's missions, but, you know, I do have the Retroid Pocket Flip that does run DS games. Remind me, Mario Kart DS on the Retroid? Question mark? I just want a reminder made, Watch. I don't want... remind me. Retroid Mario Kart DS. Thank you. I'm feeling alright. We should probably take a break at some point so I can put some eye drops in, just as a, you know, safety. But I'm doing okay so far. We've been going a couple hours now, and I'm feeling fine. Yeah, I should, that's a good game to play on the retro handheld, I bet. I got a lot of games I could play on that thing. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about that later. Yeah, I'm really impressed by Tor. I can't wait to play it with people I know. I would love to explore the world with someone. Like 06i, Rock doesn't have it. You know, that's, I guess the other thing is that a lot of people aren't gonna have Switch 2s yet, so like, who's my posse to like, go do some stuff? I've in many Discords. I'm sure I could round up a posse, if not even some of y'all. Y'all would like to run around. Hell, like, when we're doing, oh, come on, let me through. Come on! That was as close to through as we've gotten. I don't know. Is that how that's supposed to work? I don't get it. Maybe during Xbox we could round up a posse and go wandering around the world. I don't know. I'd be open to that being the way. Not sure, like, if you know, I wonder how the game chat compared to just like, yeah, plug in an actual microphone if you want to be. You know, they say they've done a bunch of stuff, but I can't imagine it's better than just an iPhone, you know, which already is, like, not suitable enough for, like, guesting on a stream, typically. But I do think we should know. Oh, boy. The timer is almost up. We will have 5 tries once that hits. I'm gonna go get some eye drops in between this level and the next level. Timer's up. There should be a sound for me in my ears when the timer runs out. Y'all aren't hearing it, right? Y'all aren't hearing a beep beep beep? It would be bad if that, like, got reversed and it was y'all hearing it and not me. That would be, not ideal. Anyway, let's, 5 tries. Bah! Good. Bah! It's good that there's no timer sound. I mean... Bah! It is hard! You're right. This is... Ah! Hard. I 100% can confirm that it is hard. We ran out of tries. Thank you for the level. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next level. Next one's by Mario Maker 1-2. I thought Mario Maker 1-2 was supposed to be next earlier. I might have fat-fingered something and gotten some of the levels mixed up. That sometimes does happen. Mario Maker 1-2, did Mario Maker 1-2 say anything recently? Doesn't look like it, so, you know, it's probably fine then. No harm, no foul. It might be sudden death anyhow. In which case, it does kind of make sense, low-key, to prioritize someone who's, here. Even by mistake. You gonna try your hand at that? Good luck, friend. I'm gonna go put some eye drops in real fast. Just regular ones. I'll be back. Couple minutes here, folks. Alright. We're good to go, folks. I'll say, this is going to be one of those streams where the lightning round is tied to cards, so we have to discuss a handful more things before we get to the lightning round, even though it's like 8 o'clock, which usually would be basically when the lightning round would almost for sure start. I'll say I'm not sure some of these cards really need that much discussing. Like, definitely Mario Kart and Welcome Tour, the main two that, like, I have the most thoughts about. Just like, basically. Right? Here's the next one, though. I'll say I really need to play 1 through 4. Deltarune chapters 1 through 4. I dipped into chapter 3 a little bit on the stream on Wednesday, but my intention is to start those over and do like 4 sessions, 1 chapter at a time, which would be fucking good. And that'll be off stream. That won't be like an on stream thing. That'll be just for me, right? And I'm thinking that'll be just a good time, a fun time, and exciting. I know I said it looked different earlier. The Switch 2 keyboard does look different. Told you, Rock Party. It's totally different. Deltarune was my favorite game of Deltarune Chapter 2 was my favorite game of the year when that came out, even though it was just part of a game. It was just a pitch perfect part of a game, so, you know, that beat out, like, such things as Metroid Dread and Psychonauts 2. If I was doing that again, I would probably reverse, I would probably put Dread on top, honestly. But, you know, I was quite pleased with it. I quite enjoyed Deltarune, and I've really loved the series so far, and I'm really excited about the next two parts, both being out at once. We only played like 10 maybe minutes of 20 minutes of the new one, and we met the new guy, and my god, the new guy, my god, that's a character. You know, gotta praise Toby Fox for, like, coming up with all these fucking characters that are so instantly lovable. You know, you instantly know, like, that motherfucker is going on a t-shirt. That motherfucker is gonna be everyone's favorite character for a minute. Just based on how extra and over the top and ridiculous and charismatic they are. My god, he has a way with characters, with, like, gimmick characters. They're a little bit gimmicky, a little bit, like, jokey, I guess. They're, like, joke characters, but, like, funny ones, lovable ones, amazing ones. I don't see Mario Maker, pipe L. I think that's a pipe. I think that's the pipe. It's not an I, nor is it a, 1. It's the pipe. I think the pipe symbol. I don't see, I don't see ya. So, we're out of lives then, so we should, go to the next person. Alright, alright. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next up is Shanam Baon. Baon. Let me go ahead and put a message into chat so that Shannon Baon can confirm. Go ahead and do so, and I'll give you the full time of day. There's a bunch of other minor Switch 2 stories, I'll say, and we could just jam through them. We don't have to put off the lightning round too long. You know, I did check out GameCube Classics and 64 Classics. They added the ability to rewind to 64. It works. That's cool. The GameCube controller is quite nice, quite accurate. I felt like the Z button was stiffer than I remembered, but it probably does start that stiff and, like, you know, softens over time, doesn't it? It's probably wear and tear that makes it feel like what mine feels like. Lovely to have a GameCube controller for the Switch 2. I'm really pleased about that, regardless of you know, how it differs from my 20-year-old ones. You know, that's not really important, not really as important. GameCube looks really sharp. I'm definitely looking at Wind Waker and going, like, is this more HD than Wind Waker HD was? And I'm thinking there might be a good chance it's, like, maybe running at actual HD resolution, just like Wind Waker HD, except it doesn't have the bloom, and it's gorgeous. And my god, I'm gonna replay that off stream. During the stream on yesterday, I did not feel like, you know, spending a whole couple hours going through one of the slower parts of that game. You know, it's sort of a problem with Wind Waker. It doesn't start strong, but like, it's exciting. I'm definitely gonna play that off stream, and I'll probably play other GameCube games off stream. Yes, I know, it's a great shirt. If we're talking, like, what GameCube games should be added, let me say I want Cubivore. I mean, I could play Cubivore on the Retroid Pocket Flip 2 if I have no other choice. But I'll say, like, definitely the GameCube Online, GameCube Classics collection is a lot more reliable than this, which sometimes it doesn't run that well. I've had it for like 5 days, folks. If there's ways to tweak Dolphin so it can handle anything, make a YouTube tutorial about it and point me to it, I guess. I tried one of the first Hitman game on PlayStation 2 on this thing, which I acquired legally, of course. And it just didn't render. It didn't render properly. It just right out the gate. So it's like, oh, I guess some games you're just gonna try them and realize they don't work. You never get that on the classics online. Generally, you know, some people will complain, some people will nitpick, but it's never as bad as like, oh, the shadows are red now. What? That's not the color they're supposed to be. They're red and green. What's going on there? Toy Story 2 for N64. You can see through walls on Mupin. What's the deal there? What happened? How? Shananue, I don't see. Let's do this sudden death style. GameCube Online is gonna be great. It's gonna be great. They're gonna add a lot of games to it. I'm gonna play some of those games. I don't know necessarily they'll be like stream content though, which isn't a problem. Isn't a problem. Not every game has to be like entertaining to watch. Some games just need to be like, or well, I'll say Wind Waker is entertaining to watch, but I've played it already like multiple times on stream. I've done the randomizer and I've done a full playthrough already, so like it's kind of redundant. You know what I mean? I don't need to play it again on stream, and I won't do. But I'm still really happy to have it, and you know, do not take me like during that stream going like, okay, we should move on, to mean like I wasn't into it. Like, it's just, you know, we had places to be. I wouldn't mind playing more Soul Calibur, and I should like go through all of you know, F-Zero GX at some point. That would be good, especially now that you can just like cheese dick it a little bit and be like, save state right before I go into a thing. You know, you can't do that on the actual GameCube. So I have the actual GameCube copy over there, and I've never had to do that. You had to co-op. You had to oop. You had to coop chickens. Oh, I read it right the first time, but pronounced it wrong. Nothing much, Shard. You have chickens? Impressive. We didn't have a death previously, did we? Probably fine. What other games for GameCube Online? Well, there's all the obvious ones, and I feel like they've already like put most of the obvious ones in like the preview thing. Like the most obvious one has to be like you know, your Mario Sunshines, your Twilight Princesses. There's just a bunch of obvious ones they could add. I hope eventually they had like Wii Online, Dreamcast Online. Any other Sega systems they don't have online, they should talk to Microsoft and put Xbox Online on there. Xbox would definitely be cool with that, right? Xbox would probably say, hey, go another step, 360 Online. We will do it. Just make it like, you know, just make it so we could put Game Pass on your shit, and we'll do it. Give us a Game Pass. Let us put Game Pass onto your platform, and we will give you all the retro games in the world. That's I bet what they would say. Maybe Nintendo would go like, we don't want that. No, we're trying to fight that with all our life. You know, we don't want Game Pass on here because you're just gonna eat our sales if you're on our platform. And they would say, well, yeah, that is what we want to do. Yeah, yeah. Well, we're gonna go to the courthouse and try to get the government to convince them to let us onto your platform, so, you know, good luck in your future endeavors. Well, I hope they're still chill and cool enough to put Banjo and Smash Brothers. That's all I really care about as far as how those two kids get along. You know, they seem pretty chill and cool. I feel like they might work something out, honestly. You have a level? Submit it! And I'll play it, Miney, eventually. you know, you have to wait in line. There's 8 people in queue right now. Make that 7. This level is one that we didn't finish on account of the person wasn't here, and the level was hard. Oh, you did? Excellent. Well, we'll get to it soon then. 06i, you know what to do. I bet 06i is here. So you're probably ready to go. Let me start punching this in. Meanwhile, another card. I checked out a whole bunch of Switch 2 updates, big and small. You know, from your Zelda updates to your Odyssey updates. And I'll say, of all the ones that just say, like, frame rate improved, graphics stuff, they just look nicer. They have better frame rates. That's all there is to it. It's not really that interesting until you, you know, go and do a full playthrough, which I'm not gonna do, like, night 2 of the Switch, you know. As much as I love Odyssey, I'm not gonna be like, okay, let's spend 3 hours of the stream replaying Odyssey in full, or at least getting to one of the levels that is really good, you know, or that's just not something I'm gonna do, you know. There's not really anything left in, like, in Echoes of Wisdom that I want to do, even if it is marginally improved. I thought that the app functions in Zelda were neat, but a little bit clunky and hard to figure out. And in fact, on the Breath of the Wild side, I think I just missed an option to enable it somewhere, and I couldn't get it working at first. Either that or something was really screwy, and I don't feel like it did a very good job explaining what I was doing wrong. There's definitely some UX work that could be done with that. That's kind of all I have to say about updates. You know, all these updates are just like, yeah, no, next time you replay it, it's going to be even better than before. You know, unless it's your live game, unless it's your speedrun. You know, Odyssey speedrunners must be feeling fucking blessed right now because, oh my god. Oh my god. I saw that Pokemon speedrunners were saying, like, oh my god, I did a run on the Switch too, and it saved 5 minutes just from lag reduction. And it's like, my god, that's amazing that, like, it can make such a difference. But, like, yeah, okay. Those games were a mess technically before. Laggy as all hell, and now they're just smooth as butter. You can see things, and it all works as intended. Like, my god. Pokemon is definitely the most night and day situation. But I'm not gonna go in and play more Pokemon, though, you know. As fun as that would be, honestly. Let's do this. One more. I got, like, only a couple more Switch 2 cards here. I started Hitman Switch 2 version. Got the Hitman version. I realized, like, one thing I hadn't seen on the Switch 2 was a AAA game that's ported from a higher spec platform. You know, a console platform rather than the Switch. So I got Hitman. It's one of my favorite games of all time, to be clear. Like, top 10 material, really. And I dived into that yesterday, which was fun, because Hitman is a fun game, and there's always wacky hijinks that ensues when you play Hitman. Like, if I was looking for a live game to play, you know, if I didn't have YouTube crash moments, hope just your YouTube crashed and not mine. Let me just make sure. I'm not seeing any drop frames. Okay, probably just you. Sorry about that, though, Chard. Sorry that happened to you. I'm not responsible. I'll say it's one of my favorite games of all time, you know, Hitman. And, like, if Mario Maker, if I didn't have Mario Maker as an active game and I needed an active game, it wasn't just, I wasn't happy just playing, you know, different games every week, which, honestly, I think I would be happy, just like, if I didn't have Mario Maker, I would probably just, like, alternate between, like, okay, it's, playthrough time, and then randomizers. Those would be the two standby things, I think. And, you know, a different, a variety of randomizers, not just one particular one. But if I had to pick, besides randomizers and playthroughs, a thing to be the main thing of this channel it would be Hitman, because Hitman is so fun every time. Ridiculous stuff ensues every time. And it's just fun to do the missions and to get them all done one at a time. Like, someone could make a pretty good YouTube channel just being I'm playing through Hitman for the first time. I'm doing Sapienza, but going for this one. Now it's Sapienza, but going for that one. I gotta recommend Hitman in general. I'll say the Switch 2 version of Hitman seems like it's a bit rough. Saw some real performance issues, some appearances. It didn't look fantastic. And I've seen, like, the up-resing from 720p to like 4K look phenomenal, so it makes me wonder, like, is this rendering at like 380 or something, or 320? Like a absurdly low resolution, and upscaling to like 1080 as best they can? That really doesn't work very well. You should really, if you're making a Switch 2 game, I'm pretty sure that the upscaling thing only begins to work at like 720. Only begins to look good going from 720 to like 4K or higher. Right? Like, don't do this. I don't know. I don't know the technical side, but there's something weird about that version. Also, I experienced a game-breaking bug in the second level that we played last night. And basically, there was a point where I tried to shoot someone in the head, and it went right through them. And then I ran off because, like, oh my god, I alerted them. They're onto me. Because I just tried to shoot them in the head, but then I realized I wasn't compromised, no one saw me. Then I walked back in there with my gun out, and they could not see me. I was like a ghost. It was so weird. Expect a YouTube short of that at some point in the near future. That's something I can edit down to a short length and make for a funny bit. Hey, Nico 2DS. Mikey is next. Robbie Angel is next. You are a couple more, Miney. You're a couple more. Stay strong, brother. Thank you for the level. Let me go ahead and hit complete. And, pull up the next one. Anyway, it seems like there's some issues with that. I believe there's one last, Switch 2 card. And by the way, after the Switch 2, we're gonna start the lightning round, so, you know, it's almost time for the lightning round, folks. Last card about the Switch 2. I tried Fast Fusion. It seems to have some cool ideas, like, oh, there's boost panels. You see those games sometimes where it's like, okay, like Wonderlit and Deedlit Dungeon, where it's like, oh, there's a polarity system, and while you're red, you can pass through or use certain items, and while you're the other color, you interact with other stuff. This is like that, where like certain boosts will boost you when you're one way and stop you when you're another way, so you're trying to like keep the right color on. And I think that's alright. I think it has a good sense of speed, but I was also bored within 2 races and didn't want to really spend like a whole 5 minutes on a single track in that game. You know, it does have the disadvantages of being up against not only Mario Kart, but also the F-Zeros that are on, that's on GameCube, F-Zero GX. So, like, if I were to play any game like that, it'd be F-Zero GX. But realistically, it's Mario Kart. That's the one I'm playing right now. That's a racing game, you know. Sorry, Fast Fusion. I wouldn't recommend you. Sorry. I bet Fast Fusion's doing pretty well because it's like one of the few Switch games that you can look at and go like, sure, why not? It's like 20 bucks, 25 bucks or something. Why not? I need a Switch 2 exclusive other than Mario Kart. I'll say final thoughts, let's see, Robbie Angel, Robbie Angel just said GG, perfect, okay. Final thoughts on the Switch 2, well, for now, anyway. I think it's a really great piece of hardware. I think it has really great stats and, you know... What the fuck is this? We should, what? Where'd Bowser go? Hey, Bowser. Do I need to, like, slide into him? No, sliding into him does not work. How the hell do you beat Bowser? We gotta figure this out, folks. We have 12 minutes on this level. You know what I mean? Final thoughts on the Switch 2. I think it's a great piece of hardware. I do think it has the tech it needs to, like, stand shoulder to shoulder with the other guys, you know. It has less hardware, but more up-resing potential. You know, more ability to up-res its games, and I think that's gonna let it go toe-to-toe with the big boys, with the Xboxes and stuff. I'll say maybe that's dependent on the devs. Like, the Hitman, the way Hitman was looking doesn't fill me with, absolute confidence there, but I think that the Switch 2's got it going on. And what's more, I think that, you know, it's gonna be a pretty good time. Here's the tickets. Boom!
Oh yeah, Mario time.
That was kind of cool. That was a kind of cool level, Robbie Angel. Good work. Neat. I think that I think it's got what it needs. I hope the developers get the hang of it and can, you know, just... Apparently Street Fighter is managing it. Just make it 720 and then you can up-res to 4K and it'll look pretty damn good, indistinguishable from a real console. And, Hitman, please patch it. Hitman, those guys are putting out content every month, so I feel like they'll definitely do the thing. We'll do one more level before we go into the lightning round. And that last level outside the lightning round comes from Small Magic. Small Magic, go ahead and confirm for me. Small Magic was just doing some dancing dinosaurs. Okay, perfect. That'll do. I think it has what it needs. I think it has what it takes, and I think that the first couple of exclusives are good. I think Mario Kart is fantastic. I had a smile on my face the whole time I was playing it on stream, first time. I think that Welcome Tour is delightfully interesting and informative as far as, like, what the hell did I just buy and what is good about it? Oh, that's what's good about it. Oh, thank you. I think that Donkey Kong is in a month, and I think that basically, as far as first-party games go, we are done with bad performing games. And hopefully, if developers can get their shit together, maybe in general. I mean, I'll say maybe that's the shitty thing is that, like, or I say the shitty thing, the tough thing, even on the Xbox Series X, sometimes games perform like ass because it turns out development is hard, and it's not so much that the consoles aren't capable of running games that look that good. I mean, look at GTA 6. GTA 6 is going to look like no game ever did before, and it's going to run 60 probably, hopefully, ideally. It's just a matter of, like, budget and how much they spent making it. Play the latest? Hey, Small Magic. Thank you. Let's do it. I'm looking forward to the future of Switch 2, and I love the feel of it in my hands. Both the Pro Controller, the system itself, the Joy-Cons. I am pleased as punch. I am big fan. I think this is more than just a Switch Pro. You know, I saw Jeff Grubb put up a video saying, like, yeah, it's basically a Switch Pro. I don't know what else we were expecting. And I do think it is an upgrade of a Switch. But also, they did rethink a lot of things. They took the opportunity to change a lot of things, drop backward support for, like, old Joy-Cons in order to make the new ones better. I think there is enough of a fresh start here to call it a new generation, you know, as much as the PlayStation 5 is a new generation, or the Xbox Series X. You know, if the Switch 2 isn't a new generation, then, you know, none of those ones are either, I would say. And maybe none of them are. Maybe no console is really a new console anymore. Certainly, nothing's as different as the Wii or the GameCube or the Wii U even were. But that's for the better, so, you know, let's not get pedantic here. It's good when you can play the old games on the new thing. You know, it's good when backwards compatibility isn't just like dumped off just left on the roadside. These are good things to be. And to be clear, he was saying that and then saying like, I don't think that's a bad thing. And it's like, well, you think it's a thing, and I think that itself is like weird. If it's not a bad thing, then what are we saying? That we don't need that consoles can just be pros now? Just like pro versions and that's it? Maybe they should be. But I do think like this meets the definition of new console. There's enough stuff that's been reworked from the ground up that I think makes it qualify. It's a pedantic point. It's a pedantic thing. It doesn't matter. I like it. Y'all should get one as soon as possible, or at least before, you know, the game you want comes out. I'm looking forward to seeing like announcements, future, what games are coming out in the next 2 years, new versions of things. It's an exciting time to be a Nintendo fan. Be a gamer in general, I think. Exciting times. New compared to the Switch, but not other consoles that are years now. I mean, other consoles don't change everything, don't reinvent the wheels. Like, the Xbox UI did not change that significantly. I'm pretty sure the PlayStation UI also did not change too significantly between generations. They don't, you know, they nowadays they have a philosophy of like, well, it's not broke, we shouldn't fix it. Attention span moments. Yeah, I'm sorry it takes long for a stage to come out. I'll say the lightning round will be beginning soon, at which point the pace of this whole thing is gonna go a lot faster. Even the games they've announced for the future, I've already beaten. Some of them are remakes, yeah, but there's some new ones as well. And there's ones that are on Switch that, you know, will have better versions on Switch too. I mean, all of them better have a Switch 2 native version, like, why wouldn't you? Like Rhythm Heaven, like all that, you know? This is a difficult one. First Switch release with a new Mario and Zelda. First Switch did release with those two things, yeah. The year of. I mean, this is releasing with a new Mario Kart, which is something the Switch never had, and is also like the most popular of the Switch's games. So like, yeah, it's a good pick for that. And also a new Donkey Kong, which is made by the Odyssey team, so it'll be a lot of what you're looking for. Actually, I think, if you're into Odyssey, if that's your jam, like, that's gonna be the thing. That's gonna be the system seller, I reckon. I hope, I bet. Dang it. Zelda was re-release. It was a simultaneous release. It was a both at once. Like Twilight Princess. Except Twilight Princess was different. I feel like Twilight Princess was different because Wii's were harder to get, and also the motion curls kind of made it a worse version. I'll say, put out, you know, if there's a Wii Online and a GameCube Online, put out both versions for sure of Twilight Princess, but put out Twilight Princess on GameCube for sure. I wonder if they'd be inclined to just save it for Wii Online. The GameCube version is the definitive one, if you ask me. I don't know. Well, the HD version is the definitive one. Probably, really, if we're being realistic, if we're thinking about things. Feeling better right now. My eye is not bothering me so much right now. That's real good. Mario Kart is good enough for enough? Oh, for sure. There's also Metroid Prime. There's also, I didn't play the last Pokemon Legends, so that one's not on my agenda. There's also, though, Kirby Air Ride. They need to put the original Kirby Air Ride on Classics Online. I would love to try that. I'll say I do actually have the option to try that using my illegally acquired copy on my perfectly up and up. I acquired a copy legally recently for my Retroid. I acquired a copy and then backed it up to my retro handheld, as you do. Yes. Yes. I did that. We finished. Cool. Good. Do I have closing thoughts on the closing thoughts for the Switch 2? It's not exclusive, Pokemon Legends, but it will be on Switch 2, and it'll probably be a lot better performing on Switch 2, so, you know, have a Switch 2. Prime is also not exclusive. There's no date yet. I'll say, like, I was just saying things that are coming out. Things to look forward to this year. There are some killer releases coming up in this year, and maybe there'll be a Nintendo Direct next week. Maybe we'll find out more soon. I don't know. The future is bright for Switch 2. I'll say that much. That's a good closing statement. Thank you for the level. Let me hit complete and pull up the next one. Snowflake is up. How are you doing, Snowflake? Please confirm. That said, it's time for a thing. It's time to do a thing. It's time to say, hey! Hey, do you know what time it is? This card says what time it is. Lightning round now. And spin the wheel. That's right. Let's do those two things. Get up the thing. Hit that. Folks, it's time for the lightning round, the time of the stream where the stream starts moving really fast, because from now on out we have 5 to 7 levels to beat each level that comes our way. I will explain the terms of the terms and details in a second, but first, we gotta make good on this gimmick. On Tuesdays, I am currently going through rare games randomly, and basically the gimmick is I spin a wheel, and whatever it lands on is the next one. And now is the time to spin the wheel. The choices are Conquer, Bad Fur Day, famously bawdy, M-rated, offensive, parody-filled 3D platformer from the N64 era. We have Live and Reloaded, a remake of that game that changes some things about how it handles, makes the platforming parts worse and the first-person shooting parts better. We have Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color version, which I've never played before, so I'm curious like how it compares to the other versions I have played. And also a bonus game, which I will reveal if and when it gets landed on. Whoops, that was the wrong card. That's the wrong thing to hit. I'll have to correct that. Here is the wheel. We are going to spin the wheel, and I am going to abide by the results. You know what I mean? I'm going to the next playthrough game is going to be determined right here, right now. There's a 50% chance of Conquer, but there's a 50% of something else. And I'll say the Game Boy Color one, that's probably a oneer. That's probably a one-stream wonder, you know? We'll see. Without further ado, let's spin it. It's Conquer! Live and Reloaded is the next game. The remake of Conquer's Bad Fur Day. Interesting. Okay. So, there you go. If you've never seen Conquer before, well, we're gonna have a version of it next week. That's fun. It's, like I said, better in some ways, worse in some ways. We will talk about it, next week. I'll say, like, the ways in which it is worse are front-loaded. So, like, we'll be hitting the worst parts first, and then, like, in coming weeks, we'll be getting to the better parts. Also, the humor, we'll see how much that has aged and how we feel about it now that we are 30 years old and not like a teenager. At least that's a question that I have for myself going into this. Excellent. If y'all don't know what Conquer is, you should check out those streams next week. Conquer is a hell of a thing it's a hell of a thing. It's a hell of a thing, man. And like, if you don't know what it is, you're in for a surprising good time. We will see the Great Mighty Pooh next Tuesday. Great Mighty Pooh next Tuesday. Look for it. If you don't know who the Great Mighty Pooh is, well, you're in luck. Next Tuesday, you will find out. He sings. He's a singing piece of shit. Literally. Also, he's gigantic. It's great. Well, it was great when I was a teenager. We'll see how I feel now. I bet I will like it. At least, I have a soft spot for the Great Mighty Pooh. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? I have a soft spot for a poo. That's just... The poop is the one that usually has the soft spots, I guess. I don't know. Sandwich, says Mike. I do not see Snowflake right now, so we will put Snowflake into sudden death. And, folks, let me just say the way that this works. Hey, you're back? Excellent, Ahmed. Let me say how this works again. Like before, if you're here, it's one way, and if you're not here, it's sudden death. If you are here, though, now, it is 5 to 7 tries refreshing at checkpoints, rather than a full timer. That's how the lightning round works. That's the gimmick. That's the conceit of the lightning round. It's fun, it keeps things moving, and it adds a nice set of stakes for us to play with, and makes every death significant, makes every death matter, which is so fun, and, really, really a good time. I gotta tell you, it's a good thing. It's a good part of the stream, and I hope you're looking forward to it. But if you're not here, it'll be sudden death. There is also still the incentive options of the for Twitch subs, the ones who pay money, or have had someone gift them a sub, someone else paying money for them. They can get their lives refreshed at any point when I run out, mostly. I'll hold it until I run out. You don't have to worry about wasting it that way. Or an express pass, where they can skip the line once per stream. They can do one or the other. That's still in play. Anything else? Oh, the bonus heads. There are bonus heads that are available, and they are available to the first person who is present. 1, 2 super worlds, 3 levels that are with a clear percentage under 1%. You have discovered a new glitch in Mario Maker 2? You mean a new glitch exclusive to this version? The bonus heads come in a variety of flavors, but that's not important because they're there. So if you have a level that will let us see a new glitch, submit it to me, and eventually we'll see it, assuming that it doesn't kill me first. Those are the types of things I am wondering about with the Switch 2, right? Or one of some of the things I'm wondering about. At least in so far as this game, right? Like, how accurate is the backwards compatibility? Oh, you know what? I could use my GR and GL to, like, duck around and go between these much more easily than I could before. Hell fucking yeah. We are really... I'm glad that, like, I was not the only one who had the idea of having GR and GL be the down button. And also, I am glad that it works fantastically, it turns out. You have to release it to move, of course. We got some pick-a-pipe here. That's, interesting. Snowflake has not confirmed, so Snowflake only has 2 lives for us to work with. Or I only have 2 lives to work with this level. So, like, oh, you know what? I was acting like this is a gimmick level where we have to avoid the flowers. These are good. I don't need to avoid them. What am I thinking? There's definitely, like, us looking at those and going, like, those look like traps to me. But door overrode my fear. I saw a door and said, like, ooh, door. Go inside door. I bet door is what they call incorrect.
Oh, no.
Also, all the fire flowers got into Bowser territory. Thank you for the level, Snowflake. I do not see ya. Let me take a drink of water, give you a second more to confirm, and then we'll move on. All right, thank you for the level. I'm hitting dismiss, and we're moving. Miney is up next. Finally, Miney, you are up. You are up, Miney. Go ahead and confirm. You have been very patiently waiting. I appreciate your patience. I appreciate everyone's patience in the YouTube and the Twitch chat. Go ahead and confirm. Meanwhile, we gotta talk about the elephant in the room. No, it's not. There's not an elephant. The Switch 2 is the elephant in any room it's in. But we gotta talk about the zebra in the room, which is the Retroid Pocket Flip 2, which I ordered like 3 weeks ago, and it arrived on Monday, and I spent a bunch of time setting it up and going to town on it and having a good time. It is a retro handheld that is like size about a little smaller than a 3DS XL. Like it's about the size of the screen of the 3DS XL, which I'll say, like, they could make a 3DS XL size. If they could make it 3DS XL sized, that would be, I think, lovely and be like you know, exciting. It'd be like the right size, I think, and it'd be basically Switch sized if I'm looking at it right. Something went wrong with my emulation there when I had it in sleep mode, but whatever. Basically, it's just an emulation handheld. It has I put a bunch of stuff on it. I picked out a nice theme, and yeah, you can use it to legally, you know, play your backup games. Like, hey, there's we were just talking about it earlier. There's launch Mario Kart DS on there. Look at that. Mario Kart DS. Isn't that pretty cool? It runs DS and 3DS games. It runs up to 3DS, up to Wii U. I'm told. It seems like Wii U is not really performing good. It's hard to get Wii U games like running good at all. It's hard to get GameCube games and Wii games performing consistently, honestly. And I think that's not really a matter of like the hardware, to be clear. Just a matter of just like, you know, Android emulation software is not like 100%. You know, it's not all the way there. So, you know, basically your performance is going to depend, one, on the chipset, which this has a pretty powerful one, you know, to be able to handle some Switch games even, which I'll say I don't need. I have the Switch 2. I'll use the Switch 2 for Switch games, to be clear. But, you know, Switch 2 don't got this. You know, not yet anyway. When it does, I'll play it on the Switch 2. But for now, I do have a copy of this game I can show you, by the way, if you're curious. Of course, I have, you know, all the backups are on the level, but Mario Kart DS I've had since it came out, so, you know, that is the most on the level. That is like, oh, I've owned it for 20 years on the level, so, you know, don't worry about it. It seems pretty good, but it also seems like a whole, like, a whole project. I don't see Miney yet, so let's go ahead and put into sudden death and do the thing. I've been having a lot of technical issues with some games. Like, I tried Hitman on the PlayStation 2. By the way, got a lot of PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 1. Wait. Oh, right. We were dismissing. We did it already, and we were just waiting to see if he confirmed after. Right. Dismiss. ZGR. Go ahead and confirm. ZGR Zav. You are up. Put a lot of PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 1 games that I never played, which I attained legally, of course. Put a whole bunch of them on. Some of them don't run very well, I'm sad to say. Like, I got them, I checked them out and then realized, like, oh crap, this runs like shit. Like, one of the ones I tried was Hitman, and it just rendered badly. Like, all the shadows were bright red, or like shifted between bright red and bright green, and that was just like, oh crap, well, I guess this is out. And I think that's kind of a bummer, and it seems like, you know, it's like emulation in general. Sometimes you have to tinker under the hood and just like mess around with options to get things running right. And that is especially the case with Wii, where like you literally have to figure out like how to map your buttons for every single game and how to get that working right for like, you know, for like your Galaxy, for like your Metroid Primes, you know, what is the right control scheme really depends on the game, and depends on like the way that it works and way that it uses the controls. So just playing a game on there is such a hassle that, like, you know, it's good that I'll be able to do it, but like, you know, I've had it a week now. I've not finished setting it up really. I haven't found time to get the Sega CD and Sega Saturn working. Both of those aren't working yet. Which, you know, to be fair, I've had the Switch 2 the last 2 days. I haven't had free time to muck around with this thing, nor really the drive to, because like, okay, man, I'm busy. But, you know, it seems pretty cool. Oh, you can also use it for like remote play from the Xbox, so I tried a little Clear Obscure. The font was very small in Clear Obscure. It wasn't really very legible on this thing. I wish it was bigger so that the font of Clear Obscure could be more legible. It's also worth noting my eyes aren't in great shape, so maybe that plays a factor as well. Doom seemed to run pretty good from the Xbox streamed out to this. You know, it'd be cool if you could stream it out to Switch too, like from Xbox to Switch too. I imagine that is one of the things that like Nintendo very much doesn't want to let Microsoft do. I mean, what if you started buying your games on Xbox because they'd perform better in a local context? That wouldn't be good at all for poor old for Nintendo, which I understand. Maybe they could get some sort of commission if, like, oh, they bought it off a Switch, and, you know, they're playing it off a Switch primarily. Like, come on, guys. Throw us a bone here. We're responsible for a good amount of these sales if that were to come to be, but I don't know. Maybe the government will let that happen, and then, you know, Nintendo will have to figure something out. I think probably a lot of their sales come from the 30% they charge to every single developer who releases games on Switch to have the digital versions be up. That's a real concern for them. You know, they gotta win that court case whenever that happens. Whenever, like, Microsoft or whoever else brings that to court. That's a serious concern. I see now, yeah, when the clock strikes noon, the thing switches over. So we gotta time it accordingly. So yeah, it's I'll say, if anyone's thinking about it, I'll say it is an excellent little thing. It feels good to play. The controls are nice. The screen is wonderful. The screen is absolutely wonderful on the Retroid Flip 2. Again, talking about the retro handheld Retroid Flip 2. Go. It's an OLED screen, which means that the blacks look super black, like amazingly black. Where like, which is great because if you're playing a like you know, let's say for sake of example, you know, let me going home. Okay, I pause, I exit. It's a little bit more clunky than the UI of like a Nintendo console, I'll say. Say you're playing an N64 game. Let's say Banjo-Tooie, a game I bought like 5 times before. Let's say you're playing Well, Banjo-Tooie has a full screen mode that you could probably configure to enable, but that's a bad example. It's sort of letterboxed at first. Say you're playing, what's the game that starts quickly? Rocket Robot on Wheels. Say you're playing this, right? Because it's all black on either side, and because it's OLED, it just sort of is easy to ignore the sides of the screen, the letterboxing, and just like, think of that as like just dead space like you would have on a 3DS, like the 3DS has a bezel like around these sides of the screen. It's just very easy to just hone in on the center because like you're holding it like below hand. It almost looks like a 3DS when it's like this, right? With the ears, with its ears, and that is a pleasant, very pleasant thing. They're OLED, so it's very good for that. A lot of things that are great about it. I'll say like if I had my perfect machine, if I could get my perfect Retroid device, I'd say like I'm not sold on the Wii U positioning of the sticks. I would like them to be Xbox style, with the, like this. Right stick on the bottom, rather than Wii U style on top. I'd also like it to be 3DS XL size with a screen the size of the, that's a little bit bigger than the 3DS XL screen. That would be basically a Switch-sized handheld, which sounds like the ideal size. I used the Switch for years, and I was happy with its size. Size matters, but, to the extent of, that's about as big as it needs to be, I think. Well, maybe as you go a little higher, you go to the Switch 2 size. That's cool and good, but, like, I think it's lovely. Also, I keep on stopping to show off the thing. Notice that the right stick is yellow, like the GameCube. I like that a lot. I like the style of it, with it being a GameCube color buttons. Not so sold on these, just because, like, I think I would like these to be Xbox style, one, and also the main button on the GameCube is typically the bottom button, so maybe that one should be green rather than red. When I play GameCube games on this thing, I'm going to be putting the green button there, and the red button here, so, like, it kind of, let me make myself bigger so you can see it better. It's kind of, not ideal, I think. Some things about this thing, not ideal, but also, I like it a lot. The chroma key is chroma outing some of this game. Well, what can you do? Suffice it to say, I think it's cool. I'm glad I got it. It's but $200, so, like, it's an easy thing to just buy compared to the Switch. That said, of course, it doesn't have original experiences like the Switch do, so, like, don't expect any. But if you're fine with that, and you're just looking for something to, mess around with, like, a wide variety of retro games that are, don't expect the Wii U or Switch games to run. That's something I'll say, like, don't bank on that being the thing. Not unless you spend, like, an hour. The doorbell just rang. Probably some fucking kids just being annoying. It sounds like kids are yelling out there. They have no business coming in here. I'm going to ignore them. Unintended kids, they're ringing doorbells. That's something that the community has said. That's something that, like, people have apparently been complaining about. So it's not just me, and I don't think they have cause. I think they're just being little jerk-offs. Not allowed, children. Don't do it. Now we're racing to the thing, to the end, because if we are on this when its clock hits midnight, we will die. Let's give it a whole loop around so that we can catch the next cycle. Yes. Let's just play it safe. They are also yelling and screaming out there in general, which is annoying. This is a... Wait, what? I was about to say this is a chicken shit way to continue, but, to proceed, but, you know, it's sort of the safe way, but, apparently it wasn't because those blocks switching back and forth somehow broke at exactly the square I was on. That was unfortunate. It would have been a chicken shit way to go through this, a cowardly way to go through this when you could run across them if you didn't stop for nothing, but I decided to stop. I thought that would be safer. It wasn't safe at all. It's less safe than the alternative. ZGR did not confirm, so, you know, that's that, I think. Let me take a drink of my water. Real good for what it is. I think this is the best clamshell handheld, retro handheld you could get, and maybe even the best handheld you could get, unless you like the, you know, maybe the Odin is like better than, you know, this is like a clamshell version of like Retroid's main handheld, which is more of like a Switch sized thing, you know, more of like a, you know, it's a long ways, taco style. It's like a Nintendo Switch shaped rather than clamshell shaped, but it's pretty cool in either case. There's nothing wrong with chat, right? It's just been a little bit slow. Hell yeah. Emote. Okay, good. Just making sure I'm not missing anything here. I really like this thing. By the way, to be clear, the grip is something I got off Etsy. Also, this thing at the top, that is a sticker I got off Etsy to make it look a little bit more like a GameCube. I think it's quite lovely and, you know, looks quite nice, I think. And also, there's LEDs. Let me, zoom in a bit more. There's LEDs under the sticks so that, so, you know, you can see it in the dark. And also, even in the dark, you can be reminded, like, oh, this is yellow. This is like GameCube colors. This is fun. I like it. It's a big effort to get going and to get working, like a whole project. And even after you get the emulators working in the first place, it might be a project to get a bunch of games working. Like, I don't know, like if it's most games or just some games. Or, you know, certainly ones that are more advanced will take more tinkering and more just futzing around. And, you know, it just working is an advantage of the Nintendo Switch too, not of this thing. This thing is a lot cheaper, so, you know, fair. I like it. I'm glad I have it. We'll use it for stuff in the future, I bet. Yeah. So far, one of the things I've been using it for is randomizers. I got Paper Mario Randomizer on it, and I've been going through that idly a little bit. Though it's weird to play a randomizer in small sessions, you know? You really want to go through it all at once, because then you won't forget what you have and where you've checked. You know, that is sort of a risk I am taking when I just try to do it slow style, you know? I don't see CGR, so let's go ahead and dismiss and bring up the next one. Or, yeah, dismiss. S2 is chillin'. You are up. S2 is chillin'. You are up. You are next. Let's go ahead and get a thing in chat for S2 to see. Excellent. If anyone wants to shout games at me like retro games should put onto this thing, I am open to it. I tried to think of as many that were cool that, and I obviously acquired as many as are cool. I tried to think of and then acquire, and then back up as many games as I could think of that had like any reputation whatsoever, pretty much, unless it was like completely, I didn't think I would like it at all. Like I don't really like sports games that often. I don't really like racing games unless they're really like fun and good. Like, motorsports put me to sleep, so, Gran Turismo, like, no, that's gonna be, if I play that, I'm gonna find it to be, like, the most boring game in the world, I think is the reality. But, like, if y'all have any ideas, whether it be for, let me just get, like, a list that I have in Emulation Station. I mean, I'll say, like, I could probably set up more if, like, I didn't grab any Game Gear or anything like that. Maybe I should. Maybe there's, like, arcade games I should get. Maybe there's Atari games I could get. I could get Jungler. I could get Pitfall. I could get Venetian Blinds. But the list I have here is, NES, Game Boy, SNES, N64, Game Boy Advance, GameCube, DS, Wii, 3DS, Genesis, CD, I haven't gotten working yet. Saturn, I also haven't gotten working yet. Dreamcast, PlayStation, PlayStation 2, PlayStation P. It can also take Android apps, so, I could play Fortnite on it if I wanted. And that'd be like, that'd be on the most up and up. That'd be like actual Fortnite. I could play actual Call of Duty on this thing. I can also use it to remote to my Xbox, so that's fun as well. Oh, by the way, I tried remoting to the PlayStation 4. Turns out the 5, they have that functionality on those systems. Unplayably laggy, unfortunately. Like, I booted up Astrobot, and not only did it, like, have compression artifacts that, like, basically froze the thing, like, while it was loading up a level because it was, like, big flashy effect, but also, like, you hit the jump button, and it jumps, like, a second later. It's unplayable. But the Xbox version of that seems good, and I'm definitely going to mess around with that. I'll say I got like maybe 50, 60 games of some platforms, just, and in some cases I'll say I'm like inflating it somewhat by being like, okay, let me go ahead and back up every copy of Tony Hawk that I have onto this thing. Let me, yeah, give me Downhill Jam, give me Wasteland, give me this one, give me that one. Wait, they put Downhill Jam on GBA? Yeah, show me that version. What the hell? Yeah, let me grab that in a legal fashion, from a reputable retailer or wherever you get your, and then do a backup of that, and then let me just see out of curiosity. What the hell is that? What the hell do you mean you're doing Game Boy Advance versions like that far? Why is there a Project 8 version why is Project 8 on the PS2? I looked at that. It doesn't have the open world aspect like at all, which seems really weird because that's like 90% of what Project 8 is all about. Like, man, if I could get, I wish I could get a 360 onto that thing. That'd be like the dream. They got Wii U. Wii U apparently works. I put works in quotes because don't expect anything really big to work. That's not like 2D or something, I think is maybe the supposition on all those, it plays Switch games, it plays Wii U games. Like, brother, it does not play, like, what the fuck was I trying? There was some Wii game that didn't have a reliable frame rate. I had to drop it to, like, I was at the GameStop and I was like, I loaded up, oh, you know what it was? It was F-Zero GX. Of course I have a copy of GX over there and I legally backed it up myself, of course. I pulled up it and I said, like, okay, GX, it has a high frame rate. Is it looking good? And he's like, oh yeah, it looks good. And then 2 seconds passes, like, wait, no. It can't play F-Zero GX with a steady frame rate. You think it can play Wii U with a steady frame rate? No! Unless it's just a problem with emulation, in which case, maybe? But Wii U emulation isn't as advanced as GameCube emulation is, so maybe I guess I'll say, like, I don't know, maybe anti-refreshing. Maybe Switch emulation is like better, and I'll say like Switch emulation has the advantage of like being basically very similar hardware. You know, it's an Android device. Did I mention this thing is an Android device? It's a emulation handheld that runs Android under the hood. I say under the hood, but I see it all the time. I need to figure out how to make it just boot right into SEDS, ESDE, so I don't have to see Android when using this thing normal style. It is an Android device running on like the same sort of chipsets that like Switch does, you know? But maybe that just makes sense. I don't know. I'm not 100% clear on that. I just know that it sometimes struggles, and it's probably on me for not knowing like what settings to set and unset. It's really cool though, you know? I'll say like it was a big talking point when I was at the GameStop. I was flashing it out, and when people noticed it wasn't a DS, they were like, wait, that's not a DS. That's not a 3DS. What is that? I would tell them and show them and, you know, give the whole spiel. This is the Switch 2, yes. This is playing on the Switch 2 8M. This is the Retroid Pocket Flip 2. It's not quite a DS, but not quite a Switch 2, but it's you know, also cool and also pretty new. I'll probably, you know what? I'll say, here's, you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna play through Symphony of the Night on there. You know, I feel like I've been looking for the first game that I play on this thing. It should be Symphony of the Night, shouldn't it? Oh, RetroArch isn't responding. Wait, why are you going through RetroArch? That's not right. It shouldn't be running it through RetroArch. It should be running it through DuckStation. What? Hang on. PSX Beetle PX? No, that's not right. It needs to go through DuckStation. I guess I didn't set up the I didn't set the default emulator on PlayStation 1. I guess I didn't try to launch a PlayStation 1 game before on this. The fan is a little bit noisy, I'll say, on this thing. Fan is a little bit noisy. Would like a quieter fan. I'll say, if it's a $200 device, I wouldn't mind a $300 version of this that was bigger and had a nicer fan and a nicer chipsets. That would be, I think, like 3DS XL sized, I think is what I would want. And I would pay $100 more. I'd pay $150 more. That'd be like the perfect machine. Especially if it was like beefy enough to handle like, you know, if 360, first off, they should make a 360 emulator for Android. Second off, I would like to be able to run it on there. See, look at that. There's Symphony of the Night. That should be the game I play. I should play Symphony of the Night on this thing. That'd be great because the Xbox Live version that I played previously in the past, it's kind of booty, you know. It kind of has you have to like adjust the resolution. It's not the way that you do a retro game, but it was really early on, you know what I mean? It was really early on in like retro games being ported to as indie. I guess it was you know, the virtual console had just started. Like emulating an old game on a new platform like that just wasn't a thing up until like the 360 era, in which case, like, yeah, they had to figure it out for Symphony of the Night. They did badly. They made it so that you could stretch the screen if you wanted it. And like, no, just make it... Really, if you could like hack it so that it like filled the whole screen, like a widescreen hack would be really cool, actually, for Symphony of the Night, but they didn't do that. They just got weird with it. Thank you for the level. S2 is chillin'. Let me go ahead and hit confirm. Or let me go ahead and hit complete. And then that will do the thing. And now Nico 2DS is up. Nico 2DS. Nico, that's the name. Nico is the name of, isn't Nico? Well, first off, Nico is a character in, like, those Love Live or whatever. I know, Nico, Nico, Nee, that whole gimmick. There's also, isn't the Witch and Witch Watch called Nico? I might be misremembering. This sounds right in my head, though. Names are tough. It doesn't matter. I feel like we haven't discussed any anime that heavily for the last couple of weeks now. Does that count as breaking the streak? Anime's been fine recently. Anywho, that's enough talk about the Retroid Pocket Flip 2. Suffice to say, I'm liking it. Nico, do confirm. Meanwhile, another card. Follow up on Eyes. Yes. This was originally supposed to be just like a general follow-up, you know, because it's been kind of uneventful up to this point, you know. The only thing that was going on is like, oh, I decided I wasn't sure if I was getting better or not, you know, as far as like how that was going. Like, it's hard to judge, right? Like, is it more clear today than yesterday? Can I see farther? So I ended up going on Amazon and getting a eye chart. It came rolled up, which ended up with it being unfurled wheeled. I tried to pin it onto the door in an awkward way because I knew the door was 20 feet away from that, roughly, or like a carpet was, you know what I mean. I knew where the end point was, putting it there, and well, I tried to flatten it out, and I gave up and pinned it on a different wall and found where that was 20 feet away. I'll say that the story on the eye sort of has shifted in the last 24 hours. I said at the top, but I woke up in excruciating pain. Apparently, my eyelid had like scratched itself. I just got LASIK like 2 weeks ago. For more context, that's important context. Just got LASIK. Eyes are on the mend, recovering. You know, I apparently they got too dry, and they're freshly healed. They're like baby eyes in there. You know, they're a fresh coat of cells, and the eyelids just tore them the fuck out, which caused a scratch in there, which just sounds horrific. Dude gave me some drops that made me stop like constantly tearing up, and you know, I feel better now. It's there's like a contact lens in there to like protect the eye until it like heals from the scratch, but you know, otherwise apparently it's healing nicely. I saw the doctor again as a result, and that was interesting. Took an Uber to the thing. I wanted to drive myself, but then I realized like, man, I can't keep my eyes open. I know I gotta turn around and either get my folks to come pick me up, which they were busy for a bit, so I called an Uber. Also, it would be faster to do that way. And just like got into the Uber and closed my eyes because it was the only way to get them to stop constantly hurting, which was an experience. I wanted to play the Switch 2 on the way, and I had to wait until the way back to really just, you know, just play some Welcome Tour, you know, which was a fun way to spend the day. I took a sick day, and I'm feeling better now. The doctor said, like, oh, you shouldn't be focused on, like, how better they are day by day. Just wait patiently, and, you know, if they're not seeing better at, like, 6 months, we'll have the conversation that something is seriously wrong. But, like, it's normal for them to be blurry for a month or 2 or 3. You know, as much time as it takes for the eyes to heal up and readjust to things, that's the time it takes, doctor tells me. Which, okay, I guess, you know. I mean, I'll say, like, I'm not trying to measure it as if, like, oh, the surgery didn't work. I'm just trying to quantify, like, you know, like, am I at 1040 or am I at 2040? Am I at 2030? How close am I to 2020? And I guess I'm assuming it's a gradual line and not just like, rip, you know, just like all of a sudden, like a couple weeks from now, I'm just going to be like, oh, I can see. I'm curious how that's all going to shake out. Can't say, I'll say like I'm more stressed now than I was yesterday about it. But the doctor did say it was healing nicely, despite that, and that I probably shouldn't be like, blatantly flouting all his directions as far as the fan and the lack of humidifier goes. I'll say, like, the night I used the humidifier, like, the first night I got it, my AC broke, so I'm sort of scared to use it in any, like, long-term capacity. It seems like it's gonna make my bedroom into an sauna, and I like it cold, so that's just... Pro tip, if you're gonna get LASIK, get it in the winter. Get it in the winter when air conditioning is easy to manage, and the room can be cold, even if you're, like, pumping hot air into it. Hot steam into it. Ugh. There's some real concerns there with, like, I don't know. I'll also say last night, I was tired. I had just gotten off a stream and gotten everything up. I, did some other stuff before I went to bed, and I didn't get that much hours of sleep. Maybe it's also the fact that I got, like, 2 hours of sleep the previous night. Like, maybe that was a contributing factor. I didn't put in, like, the drops that I was supposed to before bed, because they've been sticky and weird. And I told him that, and he's like, okay, yeah, I don't like those ones either. How about you use these ones instead? So, I got a prescription for something that's hopefully better, so... honestly, like... It sounds like he doesn't blame me for, like, not liking those. But also, I am worried for tonight because I threw the ones I had away, and the new ones arrive tomorrow, so, like, am I gonna be good tonight? Maybe if I run the humidifier, and, not my fan, I do use... I am using a fan. In fact, I use a fan just on myself personally. I got a Tempur-Pedic last year, and a Tempur-Pedic gets hot. And I need airflow to counteract that hotness. That's just the reality of it. I can't sleep unless it's like, if I'm overheated. That's just not in the cards. That's not how I operate. But I also can't sleep if I'm in terrible, terrible pain, so, like, I gotta figure something out. Hopefully, this becomes a thing that we don't need to talk about. And we can just, I shouldn't have touched them there. Now they kind of hurt. Hopefully, this becomes a thing we just don't need to talk about. And we can just proceed normally and just relax and have a good time. Thank you for the level, Nico 2DS. I appreciate it. Let me hit complete. 06i, go ahead and confirm for me. I guess everyone's too busy playing Mario Kart to chat. I don't mind a inactive chat. It's cool. Hey, 06i. I have my ways of talking about stuff. But I guess if you leave me to my own devices, I'll talk about my horrible, painful eyes for 10 minutes. And, do you want to hear about that? I'm sorry. Long term, this should be better than doing the way that leaves a scar, leaves a flap that could come loose later. But I will say that, the dangers of having a flap sound very similar to the dangers of having baby eyes for 2 months. Like, yeah, man, your flap could come loose and, cause issue. Never happened to my parents, though, so I don't know. My sister has the same kind of LASIK that I got, though, so it's, it's not like I don't know anyone who has it, who has gone through it. And also Rock Party, who recommended this doctor. I'll say... Lightning round queue will close sometime soon after a few more cards. After like a couple more cards, we'll look to close her off and transition to the next, to the like finishing off. We have more cards right now than we have levels in, so y'all don't have to worry. We're not I can talk about things while playing the current selection of levels. I will not run out of conversations to have, things I want to talk about. Don't y'all worry. One V F. 1-1, but the game is lagging. Hey, this is gonna be good. Let me just display comments. Hey, so again, this is 1-1, but the game is lagging. But this is the Switch 2, and the Switch 2 is more powerful. And as a result, it's not lagging anymore. There's no lag anymore. The lag's gone. I got 1 frame a second, said that comment there. I got 60. Fuck you. Look at me go. We finished the level. We did it really fast. Unbelievably fast, in fact. Good. 06I was telling me about that launch night of the Switch. Did anyone... where's the stamp for fast? Or speedrun? There we go. He told me about this the other day. I think it is great. Let me look at the recent comments. People gotta be, oh, hang on. Let me just leave another one, because apparently I'm the first one to comment on this since, the Switch 2 hit. Switch 2. Broke the level? Switch 2 ... broke? Question mark. The level? Question mark. Lag is dead. But I think you can type this out using the mouse as well. Using the mouse controls. Good shit. I like it. That was fun. That was good to see. Anyone else has any lag levels that we can embarrass? Go ahead and put them in there. That'd be fun. That'd be good. That would be, I think, a good time. Thank you, thank you. Let me hit complete. Definitely should fast track that as a YouTube short. You know, there's some situations where I go in knowing, like, yeah, this is probably gonna be short where, you know, like, if no one's made a short about how lag levels are broken, that's gotta be pretty good content then. That's just free content. That's just free. That's just right there. I gotta fast track that. I gotta get on that tonight before I go to sleep. Tomorrow morning. That's gotta be first thing before anyone else notices. Be cool. It's so fun. 06I, you can post a YouTube video if you make those. You know, that anyone can do whatever they want. I'm just saying, I got an opportunity here, folks. This is like the most exciting thing that's happened in Mario Maker 2 since I started playing Mario Maker 2. That sounds sad. Since I started streaming Mario Maker 2. That's better, but still sad. Okay, it's sad. I'll admit it. I'll cop it. I'll cop to it. It's sad. But anyway, here's the next card. Follow up on socks. The socks that I got Earlier in the week, they were too thin. I wanted the gold toes that were kind of thick and comfy. Those were the gold toes that were thin and uncomfy, even if they were like a variety of colors. So I'm returning those, and I got some that are exactly like the ones I got. I kind of like getting new colors for socks. That way I know which ones are old and which ones are new. But what the fuck? Can't help it. Maybe I should just throw away all the old socks because they've been developing holes at an alarming rate. And then if the new socks start getting holes, maybe I'm stepping on, like, spikes or something. I don't fucking know. Why do all my socks have holes in them all of a sudden? Could be detergent? I don't know. Maybe it's the detergent. I have no fucking idea. I'm using regular ass Tide. What the fuck? Anyway, new socks. There's nothing to say about that. Let's play this level. Oh, we really need to remember to check for the conditions, and since Mike is here, what's the clear rate on this thing? Clear rate on this thing is less than 1%. That means we get bonus heads. And let me randomize them. We got Sonic and Shadow and Eggman. Hell yeah, that's a rare. Anything that's not Mario is rarer than like the Mario ones. There's 5 copies of each Mario one. There's 1 copy of each of the uniques. Seeing what we have to do here. Okay. Okay. We gotta do is use skill. Maybe we have to, like, get a running start so that we can, like, jump a little bit higher. How can I... Oh! I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. The solution is you jump... Wait, no, there's no time. You jump back. I think you jump back. But can you? Maybe I'm smart. And it's the level that is, maybe I'm smart. Wait a minute. Oh, right, that doesn't respawn. There is a P-switch there. What's that P-switch do? Okay. I'm betting this is the way, but I don't got the timing down. We ran through those 7 lives like nobody's business. I feel like we were figuring things out. I'll say that much. Makes sense, the clear rate makes sense now. Mike, thank you for the level. Feel free to get another one in. The queue is open and all, and continues to be. Let me dismiss. Bring up the next one. Lozo Maker. Can you pick something else? I'll say right now the queue is pretty short, so you can jump back in there and get back in. This is the conceit of the lightning round, is that it keeps things moving. Because of the lightning round, you should be able to get back in and have another turn. Like, look, there's only 3 levels in front of you. That's pretty damn good. You can rarely do better than that, you know, for this channel. Lozo Maker says emote, play whatever you like. Excellent. First, let me go put some more drops in. My eyes are starting to feel all ugh, you know? Starting to feel a little bit ugh. Let me refresh your lives though before I do. Alright. Quick break. Fast as possible. Alright, I am back. I'll say a good thing about going to this doctor's office, M. LASIK, in Richardson? I don't know. One of those various DFW cities. It's the one I went to college in, but I can't the one that it's right near UTD. That area where the doctor is. I'll say one thing nice about that dude is he has a dog. He has like multiple dogs, and sometimes they'll like come over to you and like you know, hang out with you a little while you're there. And I like seeing his little chihuahua. I like seeing him. That's a good dog. That's a nice fella. I like seeing dogs. I don't see enough dogs in my life these days. One last, 2 more cards, and then we'll do last call. By the way, key 3 has been going on right now. Anything get announced? Question mark. Yeah, I wasn't sure when that was when I wrote the card. I did catch some of a watch over, and that was before I started. Apparently it was supposed to probably end probably when I was starting, around 6 p.m. Central Time. So I guess it's long over now by a matter of 3 hours. Obviously, I didn't know when in the stream I would be pulling that card, so I couldn't say oh, it's been 2 hours since it happened, or 3 hours, or, you know. I didn't know when it would be anyway, so I wouldn't be able to plan that ahead of time. Did anything get announced? I did see a little bit of it. I did you know, I was trying to think should I do the stream? Will I be good? Will I manage? I think I was good. I think I did manage. I think it was fine. So, you know, the answer to all the questions I was asking at that time were yes, 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 and yes. Go do it. Have fun. I was just sitting there and just watched some of that while I was setting some stuff up, and I saw a few games that looked cool. I saw some ones with weird art styles that unraveled type game. I saw that in passing. I think the only one that I saw that really caught my attention was the Muppet Punch-Out game. That is a concept. That is an idea. I'm not a big fan of Punch-Out. I'm not good at, dodging attacks as, main gameplay. So, I don't... That's maybe not for me, to be clear. But that seemed cool. Was there anything else? Real question. Did anything else, I maybe watched, 10, 15 minutes of it. Oh, and then my computer, crashed. I was messing around with some cables and stuff, trying to make it so I could output this monitor that's 6 feet away to me to a smaller monitor that was closer, just to be insured. And then I just said sad. Then I said that's sad, Mike. Then I couldn't get that working, so instead I just put my laptop there and got chat there, and it's that's probably even better as a fallback, just in case the eyes. But, whatever. Rules are rules, Mike. Look, rules are rules. It's the lightning round. Everyone's been waiting a while for their level to come up. Without the lightning round, you would just wait forever. You would not be... People would not be able to get their levels in and have them be played. I mean, I could... without the lightning round, I would have to easily just skip any level that wasn't there, which just entirely, rather than doing what I do. I think it's more fun to do what I do, you know? Super World has a little bit of everything. Excellent, yeah. I'll say I thought it was very funny to put Keely behind eyes and socks. That was very funny to me while putting together the cards for tonight. Seriously though, what was announced at Summer Games Fest? Okay, let's see. Let me connect my phone to my thing and then we'll actually look. Because I should... Why not? Why not have a look? What's the harm? Summer Games Fest 2025. Everything announced. The Super World... Yeah, yep. Already read that one. Let's see. It has arrived, and it revealed a exciting glimpse into the future of video games. The roughly 2-hour show had many highlights, including the big reveal of Resident Evil Requiem, Oh, that's big. And the news, there lies a P Overture is out now. Okay. Yeah, it's Resident Evil 9. Okay, that's a big one. There you go. Eliza P. Never played it. He never played most Resident Evil games either, so, you know, there you go. Dying Light, a sequel to that. Sure. Wu-Tang, Rise of the Deceiver. Okay. That sounds cool. Onimusha. Sure. A Game of Thrones game. Alright, RTS? Is it like StarCraft? Is it on console? That'd be cool. I mean, I would play an RTS. It's been a while since I played an RTS, and the one that I was most interested in just got canceled, so that would be maybe cool. Arc Raiders, don't know what that is, don't care. That is not news. They do that kind of thing all the time. Oh, wait a minute. Mads Mikkelsen reprised iconic Casino Royale role. Well, that's kind of cool. That's pretty cool and significant. Scott Pilgrim Epps is a co-op brawler. Don't like co-op brawlers. Mortal Shell 2. What? Square Enix. A social deduction game. Oh yeah, that's like shooter, I saw that one. Shooter Among Us, basically. First person Among Us. Death Stranding 2 exists. Wildgate is a space shooter from former Blizzard devs. Okay. That's a weird... I guess, you know, getting into RTSs didn't serve the last couple of ex-Blizzard teams very well, so sure. Try a space shooter. I don't know. That's not a very appealing genre in my books. The space shooter. Unless it's Star Fox. Star Fox is good. Specifically Star Fox 64 and 64 alone. Hades-like action game. Hades is good. I like the sound of that. Sonic Racing Crossworlds has some crossover stuff. Well, it used to be Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, and that was just all crossover, so welcome back. Oh, that Atomic Heart... I saw the Atomic Heart 2 trailer. That looked good. I didn't care for the first game that much. I didn't get deep into it. Lego Voyagers. It's like a split fiction type game. Sure, why not? Medieval narration from Tom Hardy, and that's the end of the list. They didn't even put the Muppet Punch-Out game in their list of IGN's list. Well, that's what I get for picking IGN. But like, what other options are there right now? Polygon doesn't really exist anymore, so that's the shell of Polygon. Like, PC Gamer is gonna have a focus. I don't care for fandom, so that's out. I'm not gonna go with Sports Illustrated. I don't know about these sites. I don't know who I trust to recap the event to me and pick out everything important. Clearly, I don't know. I think that IGN's missing probably the biggest thing that I'm aware of. I mean, that they did. It's probably Resident Evil's the biggest thing. I just don't care. Without, you know, I don't think that. I'll say, like, I did try Resident Evil 2 and I thought it was really interesting. I should probably get back into that. In fact, since I can remote play and play it portably now on the Retroid, I should really do that now, like, for real, rather than just I should really do that now.
Oh no!
Let's do this. Oh, it's a super world, so we get bonus heads. And those randomize. Since I forgot the bonus heads, I'll give you this one grass. I also did talk for a while. You know, it's kind of one of the things that's going on right now, game announcements and all. It's just that typically, you know, it's with the Switch 2, for me, all these announcements kind of take back fiddle to, like, oh, Mario Kart World is awesome. The Switch 2 is excellent. I see what we need to do there. I'm getting it. I said I got it, and then I was just, Sudden eye pain, don't worry about it. I just had drops, and this should be fine. I guess I'm gonna be a little more on edge about that stuff also. Yeah, I get it, push the shell. It's just that my reflexes say jump. My reflexes are betraying me here.
Oh no!
That... Yeah. I got it. We're getting it. What the fuck?
No.
Okay, there we go. Wait, no, this is it. There we go. That's now we can feel relieved. What? Huh? Hmm?
Oh no!
Did I screw it up by spinning in midair there? Looks like we're out of lives. That was a really good last try, though. Let me just game over real fast so that next time we come back to here. We could also just do another level next time, but
Oh no!
I wouldn't mind. This doesn't. Does this have checkpoints? If it doesn't have checkpoints, the lives don't matter. Actually, come to think of it, like a game over is you have to do a shell jump there. But we have to land on the shell first. How fast does this save? That's a lot faster. Hey,
Oh no!
I saved the thing. I held down the button and I hit home, and then here we are in the video. Wow, that's a lot faster than it was on the Switch, on the original Switch. Wow, look at that! They improved the video clipping, the clip making function, the video saving function. That's nice. It was already kind of best in class, honestly. Like Xbox is worse. I don't know about Sony actually. I don't capture that many videos or clip pictures on Sony, but Xbox's one is really annoying. It doesn't have that same like responsiveness of this one does. It basically wants to have one alert for every picture that you take, and wants each one of those alerts to take like 5 seconds. So if you take 3 in a row, it's like, you took a picture. You took a picture. You took a picture. It's just like, dude. Find a level that suits you. Yeah. Resubmit, please, Lozo Maker. That sounds good. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next level. You know the drill. You know how we do this. This is the lightning round, and this is how we proceed. We ran out of lives. Let's go to Pitch Shifter. Let's go to Pitch Shifter here. Pitch Shifter, how you doing? I'll say, right here, right now, my current thoughts, after this level, we'll close the queue. We'll go to Last Call, Hole 9. I'm looking forward to Xbox Not E3 Showcase, and also Nintendo's rumored Not E3 Direct. That's where I feel like the things I'll be most interested in are going to be announced, you know? I feel like Xbox generally does a better job than Key 3, for instance, Summer Games Fest, that thing. And also, like, you know, has fewer ads of things of that nature, is a much better show generally. And Nintendo's directs, you know, can be more rough, right? Like, I feel like when Nintendo is putting up something that you don't care about, you know, when they're, what's the parlance, like, putting up a brick? Like, it's a lot more, like, oh, yeah, okay, this is some sort of survival kits, huh? You know, is that what it's called when you just, like, swing and a miss, you know? Putting up bricks. I don't know. It's a lot more less good than Xbox, and when it's that like that. But also, Nintendo has so much possibility to say things like, "Oh, by the way, we have a new Mario," or "By the way, we have a new Zelda," or "By the way, here's a new Pikmin spin-off," or like, hey, F-Zero is finally back. You know, I doubt we'll see F-Zero in the same year as Air Ride and Mario Kart. That seems like a bad move in my book. In fact, I'd say like F-Zero probably won't be back for another 2 years at minimum. I guess F-Zero was back. There was or is the F-Zero 99. That's I guess actually F-Zero 99 and Knockout Tour have a lot in common now that I think of it. I didn't put those things together. I earlier was like, yeah, this is Knockout Tour is very Battle Royale-y without realizing it is literally just the same gimmick as F-Zero 99. It is pretty damn similar. It's better in Mario Kart, I'll say that. Mario Kart World is better than F-Zero 99. Anyway, they could announce so much. They could announce another Battle Royale spin on an old game. They could announce Mario Maker. That's probably not this year. My guess is that's not this year. There's a lot I'm looking forward to as far as that stuff goes, but I'll be honest, mostly I'm just looking forward to it in the abstract, just going like, yeah, they might announce something that I care about. Maybe. I don't know what it'd be. Because, like, man, I don't have any ideas. And I don't want to just remember games and say, like, oh, I hope Tinykin gets a sequel. Because in my heart of hearts, you know, my heart and hearts is telling me, like, Tinykin is never getting a sequel. You know, that's what my heart of hearts says. That's what my rational brain says. And, you know, I don't want to think about that too much, you know? Like, Nobody Saves the World is a one and done. It will never get a sequel. Like, that's probably true. It's kind of, you know, a bummer, but, you know, when it does happen, and they do come out on stage, and they show a trailer, and they say, Tinykin 2! I'll be happy to see it. Let me start over. That wasn't so clean. This is, I see what it is. Whoa, God. No, jump off it! I was, bewildered. You saw. Don't run into it. That's even worse than what I did the first time. I don't see Pitch Shifter right now. We're gonna have to move on to the next. Thank you for the level. Let's keep things moving, perhaps. Yes, yes. I'm gonna hit dismiss. Thank you. Oh, Pitch Shifter, you're here. Perfect. There you go. You get heads. You get refreshed. Let me go back to that level. Thanks for playing. We'll play some more now. You're welcome. What's the clear rate? It is 9%. Excellent. We got 2. We get this many. We got 3 to go. It's pretty intuitive, honestly. I was fucking up earlier, but the jumps pretty much come naturally if you're just holding right and jumping at the right time. And that refreshes our lives too. We're gonna do this, folks. Ah! Okay. I wasn't quite sure what it was gonna do there. Make a path for me. Oh, you know what? We probably do. We probably jump off the spring. But do we just hold down the button? And then we'll full bounce off the spring? I'm gonna hold down the button. No, we have to hit it with good timing. Okay, fuck. Pitch Shifter, I do think you've done a great job here, but, okay, we're on our last try. We had to duck there. I do think it's very intuitive, Pitch Shifter. Just, I struggled to figure out the little things. Definitely the little things that time. The little things got me. Good crap, good shit. Again, let me say, just because a level, I eat shit during the lightning round and die, doesn't mean you can't resubmit it. Doesn't mean you can't resubmit it now, in fact. Go ahead, feel free. You know, or submit a different level. Whatever you feel is best, whatever you want to do. 06i is up. I bet 06i is good for it. 06i is good about that sort of thing. But folks, let me say, 06i says hi. Excellent. It is time for last call for levels. During last call, I will play, let's say, 1 or 2 of my older levels and give y'all some time to like get in some bullshit. You know, get in your last levels. For those who have gotten in levels before, this is your last chance. For those who are just coming in, I do like to let people in as a courtesy. Feel like that's just a good thing to do for people who haven't gotten one in yet, you know? But please, get it in now would be the ideal. What exactly should be the theme? Switch 2. We'll play... not sure what the theme should be. What's a level that we haven't seen in a while and go from there? Wrecking Ball Hall. We'll play spike levels that are from, earlier. Yours has been in for a long time. Yeah, that happens, you know. The queue moves slow, I'll say. But, like, I can't make it move less slow. You know, making special exceptions for people who have tougher levels or whatever would only make the queue move slower, and it only would make wait times longer. So, like, you know, the system is the system. You want more, you just gotta, you know, if you got levels that are tough, show up early, and then you get into the regular, you know, but you get a timer. Levels that are late in the stream, they're not gonna have the same time spent on them, but it's also gonna be more fun for everyone, I think, in my opinion. That's how I see it anyway. And I know there are many viewers who agree with me. Anyway. No, I'm sorry, anyone who, like, waited a while and then your level gets, I fail it. But, hopefully you thought it was funny. And I did leave a like. I always leave a like. Anywho. What can you do, right? There's a million people who do it other ways. Maybe patronize those people who do it the way that you like. I know, that guy who was upset is long gone at this point. But, allow me to stew for a second. You don't have to allow me to do anything. It's cool. This level is based around all these guys destroying the paths that you're platforming along. I think it's cool and fun. And then the end is revealed by the last spike ball. What other levels did I use spikes in? I think at this point, by the way, there was a while where I was not including Super World levels because, you know, I had just finished the Super World, essentially. But now it's been like 2 months. I still haven't done the trailer. I have been busy. So, we'll start, like, dipping into the Super World levels again for last call, I think. I need to make that trailer, I'll say. I'll say, like, my priority, though, is probably to make a channel trailer that is updated where you can see I don't wear glasses anymore. I already have, like, the video for that recorded. I just need to make, like, visuals to supplement that. This level is also a level about, stuff being destroyed in your wake, except it's not by the spikes at this point in this level. It's the swamps. Also, they're slowed down by the springs, which lets me modulate how fast they destroy what you're standing on, which I think is a good gimmick. Also, it wouldn't do to, you know, make exceptions after you know, fucking 3 years of doing it a certain way. That's a weird thing to do. No, there's no exceptions. The rules are the rules. The way is the way. And no, I like it. I probably should not get upset by one person. I know the line is long. I know. On one hand, it's a good problem to have because it means a lot of people are getting in the levels. On the other hand, you know, it's a problem for everyone in that line. What are you gonna do? I think I already have a pretty elegant solution in the lightning round. That speeds things up, but it only works so well. To each their own. What the fuck? I do, on some level, just like, I would love everyone to like me, you know? I finished the rehearsal, like, what was that, 2 weeks ago? I feel like that's a thing that Nathan Fielder feels pretty acutely. That sort of anxiety. I feel that pretty acutely as well. Perhaps most creators feel that anxiety as far as, like, oh man, like, you know, you can have as many people on your side as in the world. Like, a couple naysayers, they'll just stick in your head, you know? This guy, that sort of, like, thought is just unproductive, negative. This level, the spikes are in stacks, and they throw their balls at you. And, you know, you have to deal with it. These are big spikes, too, so they're dangerous and a little bit hard to get around, but also the Yoshi can jump on them, which is cool. We'll show one more after this. I think there might have been some other levels that had these guys in it, but there's one where it's like iconic, I guess. It's weird to say that it's representative, maybe. You know what I mean? Where it's like a major. Well, it's not so much major actually. It's more just like, oh, it's the one time I've used snow spinies. The snow version of these guys, where they throw snowballs. Good shit. I know these levels pretty well, so this will go pretty fast. So if you are holding on to any level, trying to get it in somehow, for some reason, like, do hurry. It's about to be over. Is there any level that has spikes other than the? I think I've played. There's some spikes in this one, but I'm gonna choose. There's spikes. Where else were there spikes? I'm just trying to think right now. I feel like I've covered all the instances of spikes pretty much. Yeah, just. There's some in Arsenal Antics, but I'm gonna say they are just one of many enemy. I mean. Cold Ice Comet's main enemy isn't the spikes, but I'm gonna show it off anyway because ice spikes, that's interesting. Maybe we could do a different, I don't know, maybe we figure out a new way to randomly choose levels rather than via theme. I feel like every week I have a harder time thinking of what the theme should be, and you know, just like identifying the relevant levels. Like, we could literally, like, spin a dice block or something. Spin a dice block, that's... We could use random chance to figure out, like, which ones it should be, but this level's cool. It's a vertical level, and there's no spikes in the first half, which possibly should have disqualified it from this, but instead, I'm fine with it. I'm allowing it, because ice spikes, how about that? Ugh. These guys aren't the toughest fellas, but since these platforms are pretty small and kind of slippery, like getting ice snowballed can be really detrimental to your health. You know, you could easily fall into some spikes. or die in another fashion. This level's an unusual one insofar as, like, if you want the power up here, you have to backtrack a bit. Rather than it being like... It's kind of like the one DKC level that does that. There's just like one DKC level, the first temple level, which I can't remember which one of those it is. Is it Temple Tempest is the second one? Like Mayhem Madness or something? No, that's like Aztec, Angry Aztec. Millstone Mayhem, is that it? I forget. Doesn't matter. Thor took a little inspiration there just for that power-up placement. Just for once, you know, just the slightest of mix-ups. And just the same way that, like, you know, DKC does that once, doesn't do it again. Hey, Code, how you doing? You came in at just the right time. We are closing the queue in a second, so if you could, get your code in quickly. It's actually not that busy right now. Things have been pretty cool, you know. We had like 10 earlier, but honestly, like there have been weeks where it gets up to 20, so like that's pretty low. Honestly, the wait times have been good, despite what random naysayer said earlier. Grumpy about waiting. You know, we've been having a low queue this week. I think people are busy playing Mario Kart. That is my supposition. Which makes sense. Or they're watching Summer Games Fest. Or is there another Summer Games Fest? Or not E3 event going on? When's Day of the Devs? Is that tomorrow? I don't care about that. But some people might. Yeah. You know, I'm sure there's explanations. And they don't matter. Mario Kart at the fucking price? Well, you get it for $50 with your Switch too, so jot that down. I only paid $50 for my Mario Kart, and also it seems fucking great, and I'm just so delighted by it. I don't know. I have a job. I have money. I have disposable income. And a little bit from y'all as well on top of that, which is very well appreciated. You know, I'm not the most price-conscious person in the world, you know? I'm not really that discerning, personally. That's gonna do it for last calls. That's all the levels I'm gonna show off of my own. And now I'm gonna close the queue and you know, close the queue and finish off the levels that are here. Let me first take a drink of water before I close the queue. Get it in, Code. Get it in. Now's the time. Fighting the secret boss of one of the new chapters of Deltarune. Ooh, I'm taking my time with that. I'm gonna replay 1 through 1 and 2 before getting into 3. I did meet the new guy in 3 though, and he seems extremely funny. I already love him, even though I won't see him until I beat 1 and 2 again, and see Queen and the first one again. Not gonna submit? Ah, cool, great. Excellent. Good to know. Folks, that is last calls. We are closing the queue now on account of it's the end of the stream and we got to finish these last levels and then end. We're about at the 4-hour mark. This is looking like a 4.5 hour stream, which, how come all these streams are 4 hours, 20 minutes? It's kind of serendipitous how that always times out that way, just based on when I decide to close up shop and how many things I come in ready to discuss. I don't know. That seems funny. I got a couple more cards actually, more than the level submitted. So let me just pop one real fast. Oh, first off, shout out to Big Hops. That game looks really good. That's I saw a little bit of that. It kind of looks like it has some of the best platformer physics since Mario Odyssey, with wall running and other ridiculous stuff and like a grapple. Ooh, That's gonna be rad. That's the game I'm most excited for right now, other than Nintendo games. You know, if I had to pick a game that wasn't Metroid Prime, Bonanza, what else does Nintendo have? Anything else Nintendo has? Air Ride. I would put Big Hops over Air Ride. I'll say that much. And probably, you know what I'll say? From what I've seen of Big Hops, I would put it on par my excitement level with Metroid Prime 4. So pretty high up there on the list of anticipated games. Did y'all hear Rip Ride Rocket closes August 18th? They finally announced a date for Rip Ride Rocket. It's earlier than I thought, so I'm gonna have to make my vacation to Universal Studios this year earlier than I was initially planning. I was thinking like, oh, they're closing in September. Okay, I'll go last week of August or first week of September, depending on like which one is like viable. But they're closing like midway through August, so just pencil that in, folks. The week before then, I'm going to be over there in Orlando doing Epic Universe, doing that ride one last time, couple last times probably. There's going to be whole days where I'm not going to be allowed to go into Epic Universe because they make you go to the old parks if you buy multi-day tickets. It's a whole thing. Really excited about that. Sad that Rip Ride Rocket, which if you don't know, is this lovely coaster with a vertical lift hill and a lovely non-inverting loop, which that's pretty unique. That's not that common, both of those things. Well, there are vertical lift hills that I know of. I don't know of any other non-inverting loops, though, off the top of my head. Is that a common thing? I don't know if, like, Rip Ride Rocket started that, was the first one to have it, and if anyone else pulled it off, but, you know, I always thought Rip Ride Rocket was really cool. It played music as you rode, and also there was a secret menu, which, to be clear, was always a pain in the ass to get into. Like, you had to hold down the button for like 10 seconds while the ride like slowly pulled you into the ride course, which is a like 20-second process, so you had to really be fast in order to get your secret song in, which I would always choose Rainbow Connection. Rainbow Connection is my choice for what song to listen to whilst riding Rip Ride Rocket. I'll be sad when it closes. I will say I heard from someone who's apparently like works for Universal, and they were saying like, oh man, you know what plays the music on the back end back there? It's a Zune, or it's a Windows phone, not a Zune. It's a Windows phone back there, like a 2010 Windows phone is on like literally all those. That's how all those things operate. All that technology. They're literally going through a Windows phone. I'm not sure how that works, but go fucking figure. Anyway, just wanted to cover that. That's important to me as a big fan of Rip Ride Rocket. But no, I know it's if anyone's not been to Universal, they might not care as much. And also, I'll say like just realistically, it's for the best. It's gotten rough, and also, I bet they will replace it with a ride that is similar in nature. You know, I bet they will put in, like, a vertical launch. They'll do it a vertical launch. They won't do a lift hill. They'll do a launch hill. And then they'll have it be by Intamin 1, so, you know, better manufacturer. And they'll have it be a, I don't know what the theme will be, whether it'll be Ghostbusters or like Despicable Me, but they'll have something that has a brand rather than just like music and rock and roll, circa like you know, what was cool in OO, you know? It's kind of a time capsule, that ride, you know? When they do the pre-show, it's very much like they say things like, "What about on track 2? Now put your ships in ship," you know, they start to talk like that, like they're on MTV. Like they very much do MTV voice for that ride, and that's just like, I don't know that like anyone younger than 30 knows or cares about MTV, you know. Suffice to say, it's a dated thing, and even as a dated thing, like, yeah, it's kind of the thing that, one of those things that you kind of grow past. I don't know, people are like nostalgic for that. I think it's interesting seeing like MTV banter, you know, like that sort of back and forth and all. But
Oh,
it's not exactly like shit, we were really far in there. Oh my god. Well, now we can play it while talking about it and appreciating all the things that it does. Maybe also we can just run and we don't have to do half the things that we did. I don't know. Let's be more careful. Yeah, we did kill a guy, and it looked like we didn't have to kill the guy. Maybe all these coins are optional. And literally here we are. Back... I got hit on the same guy, but I was big this time, so it wasn't a problem. Back where we started, there wasn't a big setback at all. Just like half a minute. That's fine. And we got a checkpoint, so we were good now.
Oh, no.
Oh, is this a coin hunt situation? Okay. So let me explain how the lightning round works with levels with repeating checkpoints, just if anyone's curious. The way that it works is that if you pass a new checkpoint with new progress, you get refreshed. If you do not have new progress and it's just the same, you don't get refreshed. In this case, there was one that I neglected to do, but also the second checkpoint, I hadn't gone through it before. That refresh is valid, even though it kind of doesn't seem like it should be. By the letter of the law, it is allowed.
Oh, no.
I might be tired right now. I'll say, just like, straight up, I'm also looking forward to a Jersey Shore vacation before that. So, like, in July, I'll be heading up to the Jersey Shore and doing, like, a family reunion type thing, where we all, like, pile into very few houses and, like, hang out and go to the beach and the boardwalk and have fun. It's gonna be a good time. I haven't seen them for an extended period in fucking years, and, you know, it's good to see the extended family, the cousins and all that, you know? Be good to see them all, to hang out, to have color brothers, to beach time. I can only hope my eyes are good enough to go into the ocean at that point and do things of that nature. Suffice to say, I'm not bringing the vaporizer to, you know, even if we do like resume the use of vaporizer for now, for a bit, I'm not bringing that thing to New Jersey. That's right out. So, you know, I don't know. Anyway, I'm excited about that vacation. That's new progress locked in, so we get bonus heads. I'm excited to go. That's going to be a lot of fun. And, you know, I feel like this is one trip where, like, there won't be a million stories, right, coming out of it. Like, I don't need to give y'all the handbook for, like, oh, you know, I went to Mac and Mangoes, or it's actually Mangoes and Mangoes now, apparently. There was one guy in line at the GameStop who was just saying, like, oh, I'm going to New Jersey in a couple weeks, and I was like, oh, yeah? Jersey Shore? Yeah. Like, what week? And he was like, the week before, and I was like, what city? And it wasn't the same city, but, you know, it's like, oh god, what are the odds? Probably pretty good. A lot of people are from New York, and a lot of those people have, I think this tradition of, like, family reunion week vacations is not uncommon. I mean, it's the only way you can rent the houses. The houses come in 1 week intervals. So, like, everyone at the Jersey Shore is like a family from the New York area or their extended relatives. You know, we're the ones from Texas that are coming a long way. And also, I'll say we're not assuming everyone comes, we're not the ones that are furthest afield anymore. Now that one of my cousins lives in Colorado. That's farther than Texas, I'll give him that. Good for him picking just a random place to live. I think that's a cool thing to do. Like, we're one where he has no connections to it or nothing. He does that, you know? I mean, he was going through something, you know? It was a whole thing, apparently, but it sounds like, you know, he was ready for a change. I hope that's working out for him. Last I heard, like, when my grandpa died, he was, you know, last time I saw most of the relatives, except Grandpa died was before I went to Disney and stayed at one of my Orlando cousins, and I saw her and her sister. Now they're both Orlando cousins. Now they both live in Orlando. Definitely we'll do some stuff with them while I'm in the city, I think. We'll you know, we'll have dinner at least. I wouldn't mind them hanging out and doing Epic Universe as well if they have time. I don't know. They might be busy. Probably busy. What the fuck? They do like to play host and stuff, but I'm staying at the hotels, to be clear. At least, you know, for Universal. You know, if they're willing, I wouldn't mind. Like, I wouldn't mind just like, you know, adding a day, doing a Disney, something like that, but that's, not necessary. Not necessary at all. Kind of focusing more on, you know, Epic Universe. Reason for the season. Those are like the exciting things that are coming in the next couple weeks, you know? The next couple months. Just one vacation, and then another vacation, and then just basically nothing. You know, we've had... You know what, I'll just pull the last card because it sort of tangents into that. It's taken a while to unlock the Mario Kart costumes. Gotcha. Yeah, it seems like it's random chance whether you get a new one or an old one, and old ones seem more likely, it seems. That's fine, though. Hey, more excuse to play it. Last card, normal schedule very soon. That's nice. After a couple of weird weeks between, like, LASIK and birthday and recovery from LASIK and most recently the Switch 2, it's gonna be nice to just do a normal schedule for a change, you know, just do a stream on, do a stream on Tuesday, and then relax for the rest of the week, then do a stream on Friday, which is this stream right here, you know, this normal viewer level stream. It'll be nice to get back to business and as usual and not have a million things to prepare, a million things to plan, and, you know, pushing in every which way direction. It's not the end quite yet. I still have to have that, I still have to, just thinking for a second. I'm tired, folks. Yeah, like I said, I didn't get much sleep the night of the Switch 2, and then the next night, I had an eye situation, which, you know, definitely, like, started hurting me, like, early in the morning, so, like, how's that sleep going then? Not good at all. Probably the area where we need to find the rest of them. We still got the Xbox thing. I'm gonna do a talk over of the Xbox thing, wherein I play Mario Kart at the same time. That'll be fun, I hope. There'll be some cool stuff, I hope, either in Mario Kart or in Xbox. We'll see what happens. And, after that, it's just gonna be business as usual for a bit. Just Conker's Live and Reloaded. Just Conker Live and Reloaded on one hand. And, maybe this way? Just Conker Live and Reloaded on one hand, and, you know, viewer levels on the other. We'll just proceed that way for a while. until July 4th, at which point there's another big stream. But that's just one big stream and not like 7 in a row, you know? One-off stream, not like 8. And, well, there is also the New Jersey vacation. There's some special streams gonna be around that. Like, yes, I will stream Bonanza while I'm in New Jersey when it comes out, provided I can get that working and it works good, you know, and also that I can find the time, you know. It's not a problem. I can be late to the beach one day, you know. I have definitely, when I've been on these vacations, like, not gone to the beach every day. You know, I have definitely, like, just, done the thing. You're an indie gamer streamer, however you do stream Mario Maker. Excellent, Naruto solos. Me too. Well, I stream some indie games sometimes. Mostly I just stream whatever I want. Which happens to be a lot of Mario, you know, coincidentally. I feel like there's an area of this level I don't know how to get back to. Wait, what about that door? Also, P block situation. You need to get a P block? Oh, I pressed the ground button. I pressed the ground button whilst, bleh. I bet wherever the P is, it's right near the P door, and we go through that, and then we run over to the left, and we go through the other door. I bet that'll be the way. That'll be the thing.
Oh no!
It's gonna be nice to have some nice regular weeks. Just make some regular content, no big deal. You know? It is a shame that you lose your, like, fast travel network when you do that. You know, you lose all your fast travel points that you've been unlocking. Very cool, though. Business as usual. Next week on. And then, yeah. I'll say I might do a random stream here and there. Maybe look at a game coming out. You know, there's that grip and trip game. What the fuck is it called? Where you, like, grip on your Joy-Cons and you run at places? You, like, do, wheelchair basketball. That one, I could see streaming. As a, let's try this out type thing. I don't know. I'm not, like, super enthused about that. I'll buy it. I don't care. But, like, yeah, you know. Hey, Zoran. You just getting here? Did we have one from Zoran earlier? The queue is currently closed, Zoran, but let me know if you just got here, if you were here earlier. If you weren't, I'm always open to letting someone get in. Okay, you want me to reopen it? Gotta be specific if that's what you want, so that I know. No disambiguity, you know? Needs to not be a ambiguous request. But, you know, I am tired. I wouldn't mind, I'll say I probably won't sleep right away. I gotta deal with, this VOD and all. But I will soon. Definitely will have some ice cream and otherwise relax as best as I can. I feels fine right now. The eye update. I'll say, like, anyone that has any ideas where I should go.
Oh no!
I don't like being lost. I'll say, what I do know is that there's 2 coins left because one of them is this one, which you can't get. Not this world, in door. Okay, so door. So here. Admittedly, I didn't pay attention to, like, which ones were which. And which coins come from where. That maybe would help. See, though. Like, tough because, you know, I've been just wandering and I'm not... I feel like I haven't internalized the map much. I probably should have done. I think going through here is bad. It does not cut off at the waterfall. It does not cut off at the waterfall. Have I been turning around every time I got to the waterfall? That's... If that's it, I will feel... I feel like I've been past the waterfall plenty of times. But this looks all new.
Oh no!
Okay, we know where to go, I think. We know where to find something new. We have one try left. Let's get a coin. Let's do a thing. We should at least get a mushroom for safety. We didn't, and we're good. The waterfall is very cool. Oh, there's one down there. Oh, wait. Down there, you see it. How do I get down there, though? Maybe through the door? Door is a shortcut. I wish I could lock in some progress, but I haven't actually made any. I've just opened up a shortcut that won't stay. We'd have to get down there. Oh, here we go. Also, no mushroom. Okay. Okay, we can lock this in and get a refresh. Good, cool. Pressure off. I'm aware that levels like this really can, you know, be the rules of the lightning round. End up getting more time than, say, really, really hard levels, but no. I like the challenge of doing really hard levels in fewer tries. You know, maybe there's some argument that, like, maybe it should modulate a little bit and be like, okay, well, you know, depending on a bit more, right? Like, we could have some fucking math and say, like, okay, we got them all. We got them all, that's the last one. We could do some math as far as, like, clear rate versus tries go, and say, like, okay, there's a world where, like, instead of the heads, it's just, like, a single head, and then, like, multiplication sign, and then a number. Like, that would work, and that would allow some levels to have, like, okay, you get 20 tries because you're a 1%er. I don't know, I like the system as it is. Good tension.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
That's something to consider, like, long-term. You know, ways in which this system could be changed. But I like this system. I do. I like it. It's unique. It's my own thing. I find it works well. Thank you for the level 06i. Don't worry about that. I bet we'll be able to get out of it really quickly. Alexander, you are up. That was one hell of a level to have to wait behind, I know. What can you do, man? Exploration for you. Let me know you're here. You were the last person in the YouTube chat, and I think that was relatively recent, so, you know, I wouldn't mind just giving it to you, honestly, but, you know, I also wouldn't mind confirmation so that we can feel good in our heart of hearts. There's just 2 levels left. Let's go. I forgot to send it during the start. I didn't think you'd beat it. Hell yeah, we managed it. Just barely, it felt like. At times, it was pretty touch and go, but thanks for the tip. I somehow was just randomly not hitting that one area, which You know, go fucking figure, right? Okay, this is a pretty intuitive thing. Let's do it. Shit! Is this one going to be over really fast? The trick is to not run into the thing. Just to trust in the timing. And be sure to be falling off it. Okay, we're getting pretty far. We're getting pretty far. Trick there is to just run and fall off it, I think. Also, if there are some cases where if we do, like, hit the thing, it's not a problem. In that case, we just weren't fast enough. Last try, let's go. I think these have been great attempts, and I'm happy whatever happens. This is a really cool level, you know? It uses it's scripted very well. Feels really good. Shouldn't have jumped there. The theming on top just is a good place to bonk your head. How's the clear rate, to be clear? What's the clear rate? If the clear rate is under 1%, we can get more tries. Ah, it's like 10%. Okay, well, let me drop that like. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Alexander. That level's really cool. It's just that one part really threw me for a loop. What are you gonna do? Pitch shifter. If I ever change the way that the lives are allocated, the instant refresh would be in an odd place, as like a you know, remnant of you wouldn't be able to offer it as easily. But you know, I understand. I hear you. Pitch shifter, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. This is the last level, looks like. So let's go. J8L 8Y 4 7 YF. Let me check. J6L 8Y4 7YF. Oh, 6, not 8. I can see that. It's just hard to type. There we go. Let's do it. It's sudden death until such time as Pitch Shifter says anything at all. You could say something, Pitch Shifter, and give me more attempts. This might be a difficult one to do in one. Or it might be very easy. You know what? This is, flowing very intuitively here. Oh, is this the one we had earlier? Now that I get to that part, it seems familiar, you know? Well, actually, this part doesn't seem familiar, just the later part. Like, that wasn't familiar. Sometimes levels have common elements in them, and those common elements can be in multiple. Checkpoint refreshes us. I was about to say we can do this. We can do this, but we will have to be perfection itself. I panicked. Didn't think I would make it, so I pulled the thing without thinking. That's all the lives that we have. Pitch shifter. If you're out and about, you know, say the word and I can get in another attempt or two. 3, in fact, I believe. How's the clear rate? Clear rate below 1%, in which it's probably not. It's not that hard. I would have 3 more tries. Let me know. Give me a second. I'm just gonna take a drink of the water, and then I guess we're ending it. Pitch Shifter says emoji. Perfect. 3 more attempts. Okay. Perfection itself is no longer required. We just have to be okay. Like Nathan Fielder. That was pretty good. Not perfect, not perfection, but definitely shades of okay. Progress, that's right. At the end of the day, can we ask for anything more than progress? Yes. You can ask, but you know, shit in one hand, wish in the other. You know, see what fills up first! That was like the end. Teach me to make colorful, similes? What's the word for that? Whilst I'm platforming. I think we got it, though. See? Got it. That was a good way to end the night. That was a good final level. An excellent... makes you feel good, you know? GG. That's right. Good level. I've never played Saga Frontier. What is that on? Thank you very much for your stream. You're welcome. You're welcome, 06i. Everyone is welcome who had a good time. JRPG. I have a retro console now. Or a retro handheld. I could put it on there, maybe. Remind me tomorrow? Saga Frontier? I should make a list of, like, remind me tomorrow. Make a list of retro games that I should track down in a legal fashion, parentheses, parentheses, for my retro handheld. That's a good idea, to have just a standing list where I can throw on just games I will probably never play, because, you know, I took all this time to put like hundreds of games on there. I'm not gonna play that many. I'll play whatever I feel like. And the option is what's important with the Retroid. You know, having the option to do whatever you want. That's the important thing, I think. Pretty good thing. Retroid Pocket Flip 2, pretty good thing. Also pretty good thing. The Switch 2. If you had to ask if I liked one more than the other, of course, the Switch 2 is the MVP. It is also 2.5 times the price, so, you know, some people, and it has games for it specifically. You know, it doesn't really make sense as a comparison. They're two very different things with two different applications. What are we tangenting in at the last seconds of the stream? The stream is over. The levels is done. We done it. I didn't hit complete there, but I'm hitting complete on the thing. It's completed. It's completed. Completed. Woo. All right, get that down. Get that out of here, folks. That's gonna do it for tonight. This week has been real damn big. Next week, pretty much we'll be getting back to business as usual with Conker's Live and Reloaded on Tuesdays and Mario Maker on Fridays. But before normalcy ensues, there's one more special event stream on Sunday. I'm going to watch that Xbox showcase, and I'm going to play Mario Kart while I do. And it's going to be on the screen as a picture-in-picture type deal, so that'll be fun. It will be muted, I'll say that much. It will be muted. We will have the sound from the direct from the showcase be the main thing, but if it's boring, you can just look at Mario Kart, which is my plan as well. It would be my plan if I wasn't streaming it. I would definitely be playing Mario Kart. You know, that's kind of how I like to do things. How a lot of people like to do things. Play games while watching stuff. Just makes sense. I'll see you on Sunday for that if y'all want to watch with me or watch Mario Kart whilst that happens. I'll also see you on Tuesday for Conquer Live and Reloaded. And for more Mario Maker in the immediate future, it's going to be on Fridays. Here's like the whole schedule. Here's like the whole calendar going forward in the near future. I'm going to have to put like a Conquer head on there. Conquer head with a helmet or something instead of the Rare. It can just be the Rare logo. I don't need to change that. I can leave that as is. Y'all get it. It's Conquer now. That sounds like a bother. There's the whole calendar for the next 2 months, but for now, all you need to worry about is the Xbox thing, and then it'll be just business as usual for a while. Tuesday, Friday, there you go. Unless I have an idea for stream and it makes sense. Probably not going to do a stream about the Retroid Pocket Flip 2. I just don't think there's that much to say. And, I don't really know what fuck I would even show, like, just random games? That doesn't sound particularly good. I can just play random games on the TV, and that's even better. It's really a second screen device, you know? Anywho, that's gonna do it. Let me send the Twitch people out on a raid, and, get this all nice and, tied up. Let me see who's, going. Let me scroll for a second and send you somewhere. Let's see now. Plenty of people doing Mario Kart. I'm gonna say Mario Kart World. There's a lot of Mario Kart World going on. Why don't I send you to someone playing Mario Kart World? There's also Giant Bomb's doing a live show. Those are pretty cool, but I'm gonna send you to Shaker Jeans. That is my decision. Shaker Jeans. Where is Shaker Jeans on here? Shaker Jeans is doing Mario Kart. That's fun. I'm gonna do some Mario Kart 2 off stream, you know. And also on Sunday, join me then for that and also the press conference. All right, all right. Folks, it's been a good night. My eye is feeling okay, shades of okay. Next to okay. I'm glad I did the stream and didn't like cancel it out of like health concerns. Streaming is fun, and the Mario Maker stream at the end of the week is a good chance to say all the things that have been like, you know, it's my opportunity to say a lot of the things I've been thinking about and a lot of the things I've been wanting to talk about. And boy howdy did I do all that. I did talk about the things I wanted to talk about. Mission accomplished. Hope y'all enjoyed it. I'll see you on Sunday for Xbox and Minecart, and then Tuesday, Friday, going forward, Conker's Bad Fur Day, Mario Maker 2. It's gonna be normal now. Normalcy is approaching. Later, y'all. See ya on Sunday.